I'm fine with, but it's a slippery slope. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The CEO of Prologis, a real estate investment trust, or REIT, says U.S. immigration policy is causing a labor shortage that's driving building costs higher. In fact, he tells Bloomberg construction costs are going to go up radically. Fewer of us are carrying credit card debt, but for those who are, nearly 1 in 4 believe they'll never pay it off. That's the finding of a new bank rate survey that also found 46% of credit card holders carry a balance from month to month. That's down from 48% last year. A new startup is promising to give you a drink that offers a buzz, but not the alcohol. GABA Labs is developing a proprietary molecule called Alcorel, which aims to deliver a version of alcohol's pleasant, relaxing high without the downsides by targeting a particular type of GABA receptor in the frontal lobe. The company hopes to license the molecule so existing brands can incorporate it into their own alcohol-free product lines. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Join us for Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame night as we honor legends Jimmy Rollins and Ed Wade on Friday, August 1st when the Phils host the Tigers at 6:45. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com. It's Marsh Madness for kids 14 and under who receive a branded Marsh basketball jersey presented by CP Rankin Roofing Experts on Saturday, July 19th when the Phils face the Angels at 6:05. Get tickets at Phillies.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, July 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is Thursday. That means we officially begin our weekly hit, as they say in the industry, with our boy Jimmy Fala. Woo! He's coming up at 8:30 this morning. And, of course, Cut Sheet, Fight Club, the whole bit. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday to you as well. More rain. Shocking. Yeah. Gregory!
Did ice rage your in-laws' house?
I wish they would have. Take them all out.
Which
every last
in-law?
one of them.
Which in-law would you point at and go, she's illegal?
Yeah, the mother-in-law. Yeah. She came down the steps yesterday.
Uh-oh.
She was under the weather the last few days.
Oh, God.
She comes down the stairs. So how about your boy in Epstein? Don't you feel like a sucker? How do you feel? I'm trying to make turkey here on the stove. I'm just making some ground turkey. I threw a bunch of onions and garlic in there.
How's your boy?
Like, I'm just trying to make some turkey here. Judith. How's your boy?
I mean, it's not an out of line question, Kale.
I know.
You know what? Your mother-in-law is Archie Bunker.
I said, I don't need it from you. I'm going to hear it from Greg at 6:02. All right. This is 6:02 p.m. Can we wait till 6:02 a.m.? How's your boy? Oh, we have a lot to get to. It's a 3E Thursday. Education, Epstein, economy. It's a triple E sandwich today.
Yeah.
With Epstein being a big story, of course, based on what your boy posted on Truth Social. And then double down with a comment. We'll play that coming up a little bit later in the show. Very good big take, I think, today on the Department of Education. We'll get into that. The economic numbers yesterday that came out that nobody seemed to give a damn about because we're all focused on Epstein. We've got the Cut Sheet. We've got Fala. We've got Fight Club and a whole lot more. Let's get down to business, as well as local Montgomery County ice raids. Dawn Stensland, 6:03, round number one of the news. Take it away, dear.
Yes, and good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this Thursday morning. This is July 17th. 76 degrees right now. Some spattering of rain, some spitting of rain, if you will, across the region. But we are heating up to a heat index of well over 100 degrees. The heat is on. When will it end? That and more coming up as we're sponsored by Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. So we do have one person dead. More than a dozen others were hurt. in this lightning strike at an outdoor archery range. This happened in New Jersey last night. So emergency crews called, a lot of 911 calls coming in. This was after dinner time, around 7 p.m.-ish at the Black Knight Bowbenders, which is an archery range there. It's on the 600 block of Perrineville Road. This is Ocean County, New Jersey. So according to the police there, a man identified as 61-year-old Robert Montgomery of Cinnaminson, New Jersey, died from his injuries. He was identified as a member of the range. Black Knight Bowbenders publicity director Gene Grodsky identifying him and speaking out about what happened here. So there was a group of Boy Scouts here, and they had an awards night. So the kids were there, the Boy Scouts were there, the parents were there, and as well Boy Scout leaders. So in total, 14 others suffered injuries ranging from burns to other injuries, according to the police, who had to treat these individuals. I believe the youngest person treated was a 7-year-old Boy Scout. And so they were rushed to the hospital being treated. I know as far as, Mr. Montgomery, they rushed in, they were giving him CPR. They had a defibrillator right there, and they were trying to keep him alive. But this is such a tragedy that happened at this Boy Scout Awards event. So police say the archery event at this location was organized and attended by the Jackson Cub Scout Pack 204. And so they're asking for prayers at this point. Just a real tragedy here. Just yesterday, we had talked about a man who was struck by lightning on a New Jersey golf course. And so it's, they were speaking out about this. One quote that struck me was that the witnesses said it just looked like the hand of God or the finger of God just touched down on this tree that was right near the center.
I had heard some of the eyewitness reports, and they had said there was no rain, there was no thunder, there was no anything. It was just a lightning strike.
Wow. They said out of nowhere.
A zap.
Wow.
See, the thing about it is, that's why it's important to have your phone, because if you have your phone, it'll tell you if your alerts are on, whether or not there's a lightning strike. The lightning strike can hit within 10 miles. Okay? So if there's lightning within 10 miles, it travels so quickly. And so that's why at a lot of local football fields, they have like a sensitive, like a meter and that thing goes off and everybody evacuates, the football field or the track field, whatever, for this reason. Because if you have this, flat area like this, 10 miles away and pa-boom, and you don't see anything. But that's why all those alert systems are so critical.
And others were dealt just burns, correct?
They were burned. I mean, like Greg is saying, the witnesses were speaking out about it, just saying that it first of all, when it struck, the noise of it, this ba-boom, this loud, felt like a bomb or something.
Right.
Just this loud noise. But in all these and like I say, they are Boy Scouts. For those who were not injured, they know CPR. They have defibrillators. They had all those, and the emergency responders reacted very quickly. And so they say at least one of the victims they were able to revive thanks to CPR and a defib, but they could not save Mr. Montgomery.
Oh, what a horrible story.
Oh, my God. And these poor kids,
All you wanted to do was shoot a bow.
Yeah, and we think about archery and getting the kids out, right? This is all great. So this is the 12th lightning death of the year across the United States. The second in New Jersey, like I say, happened fairly recently. Only 18 lightning deaths in New Jersey in the past, I'll say, 20 years.
And 2 of them have been this month?
Yes.
Wow.
How weird is that?
And the odds of being hit by lightning, 1 in 600,000.
Wow.
1 in 600,000.
My ex-brother-in-law, my sister's husband, was struck by lightning not once, but twice.
Really?
Yeah. And if you count my sister, it's 3 times.
And they've survived them all.
He survived.
Wow.
So he does construction, and so he was out, but he had to be, the defib, the whole thing.
Sure.
It's crazy. There are other big, story today. The headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer describing it as Norristown under attack. So immigration activist groups are speaking out. They say that at this local grocery store in Montgomery County, this is West Norriton, that is one of the lead stories other than the lightning strike story. One of the lead stories as far as Montgomery County, where we've really seen these raids that, I shouldn't say a raid, it's search warrants being executed. And we've seen them across Montgomery County, Lansdale, Ambler. This one in West Norriton, Pennsylvania, and 14 individuals taken into custody. I don't have word of the charges, but 14 individuals arrested, and ICE releasing a statement saying they do not have legal status to be here in the United States. They are here illegally, and they will be in custody pending removal proceedings. And so the video showing, and this has been released, I know that a couple of news stations were out there, in fact, capturing the aftermath.
We have it if you want to roll it. This is clip 28, Phil.
Yeah, Tracy, I can tell you it looks calm now, but a lot of people are feeling concerned. Federal agents showed up here to the Super Gigante Farmers Market earlier today. They were conducting a search warrant. We were told several people were taken into custody, including at least one worker.
ICE is here! ICE is here!
ICE agents on the ground in West Norriton this morning taking more than 12 individuals into custody as outraged community members looked on and some tried intervening.
This is illegal. I can't stand this. We got to stop it somehow. I don't know what to do.
ICE tells NBC 10 federal agents from Homeland Security Investigations and the IRS were at the Super Gigante Farmers Market conducting a federal court-authorized search.
I just saw all this commotion, people here, and all this stuff going on, and I asked somebody what's going on, and they're telling me that these ICE people are coming and taking people, and I can't take it. What is anybody doing about this?
In a statement, an ICE spokesperson says during the execution of the search warrant, 14 individuals were encountered who did not have legal status to be in the United States. These 14 individuals were taken into ICE custody pending removal proceedings.
All right, that'll do it. That's NBC 10. There you go, Don. Oh, Christy O'Donnell's upset. What are they doing? They're just working for a living. They're here illegally.
Now, did he have the video from the scene? Did he have somebody's cell phone video? Because I didn't see it. Did he? I think. Yeah. So, as far as news reporters go, 6ABC, Carolyn Goggin from 6ABC scooped him, beat him on the story because she actually got people who took video.
Oh, okay.
So just in the scheme of keeping score. So she actually had those ICE officers who were there, who were present. Some of them looked to be individuals wearing some kind of like camouflage, all in the bulletproof vest, clearly marked, all of that.
Yep.
And so they did then sort of hold a rally, if you will, at the scene and other places. I haven't heard from any of the Montgomery County commissioners who are, as you know, two Democrats, one Republican. We know that as far as this area, they have moved to hire some people who would represent these illegals in Montgomery County.
Yeah, ICE has been in and around my entire area. You mentioned it, Ambler, now West Norriton. I'm sure they'll come through Bluebell at some point if they have to.
Well, Lansdale. My brother and sister-in-law are in Lansdale, and I know they had some situations there. I mean, the thing I would say about this, I don't have word as far as the warrant. I'll be curious to see what that warrant states, if they were looking for all 14 of these people, and are any of these people, because in the past, generally speaking, these are very targeted. If they have a warrant, they have specific information. This is a grocery store. If you know it and you look at it, they have big signs that say they take, the SNAP benefits.
Yeah.
And so some of these we've heard, there were people in other situations, not this one that I have that. Some of them abusing SNAP benefits. Some of them are convicted criminals that they go after. Some of them convicted pedophiles. Some of them convicted or accused human traffickers, that sort of thing. So we don't have word as far as this specific raid. That's the question. Who were you going after? And are they individuals who are dangerous, violent, convicted criminals or child predators in our midst? I don't have that information, but I don't hear that being asked in the report. And since we hear it pretty much in every one of these, that there's a situation, it's not being brought up in this report.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, that would be my question to what was the lady Christine or whatever her name was that spoke out. Is anybody doing anything? I would say, well, as the news reporter, I have to ask you. In some of these, they've been targeting, for example, convicted pedophiles, violent rapists, criminals, that sort of thing. Do you have any of that information?
Right.
Because we don't have that information.
Would your feelings change if it was just a bunch of people here illegally?
No. That's what I'm trying. That's why I'm mocking Christie. What are we doing about this? We're doing nothing about it because there's nothing to do. They committed a crime by coming here illegally. Doesn't matter that they're going about their life in a legal manner now. They came here illegally. What don't you bleeping understand?
To Greg's point, I will say that in polling and taking people's pulse, when people hear that, in fact, like the cannabis story we've covered a ton from late last week in California, when we heard that well over 360 people were taken in and will be deported, but there were a lot of them within that group, including a large group of children, was this slave labor, but there were people with, if you look at that conviction list, it's concerning. And so I think that, to Greg's point, it does matter. Because if these individuals learn that they were, because you had to get a warrant for this. So what did you tell that judge?
Of course.
And also if I suspect as well, if there are people in the community getting SNAP benefits and they're working and that sort of thing, and they see people here illegally who are not working getting those benefits, there's a resentment. And from what I'm hearing, there are people in the community who are calling saying, hey, all these people, I know they're here illegally. They're coming in with their kids. I work hard, but we still need SNAP benefits, and they resent those coming in here getting a free ride.
I mean, it's not like ICE just randomly got together yesterday at a diner in Montgomery County and said, hey, what do you say we go ransack the place down the street? Like, this is all coordinated. This is all targeted based on intel, based on resources and data that says X, Y, or Z is in this location. That's next up on the docket. And it's not like this is taking a priority over the rapists, the cartels, the drug dealers, the murderers. Tom Homan told you we're going to start with the worst of the worst and work our way down. Well, this unit was at the bottom of the totem pole probably, and they're dealing with people that are just, quote, possibly here illegally. But as you said, we don't know. Were some of these people pedophiles, rapists, human traffickers? We don't know.
The Mexican consulate here in Philadelphia has spoken out. They say they are aware of what happened in West Norriton, and they have put out the word that at least 6 Mexican individuals are among those detained, and the consulate says they're prepared to provide them with legal assistance if they need it. As far as the latest word from ICE, they say this is, quote, an ongoing investigation. I don't have word of specific charges, but they're saying that these people, did they have their red cards? Did they have some kind of a proper visa? That's a real, because some of the activists are saying that some of these individuals had some kind of proper red cards or a card to work here or be here.
Temporary status, something like that. Yeah.
So we're watching all of it very carefully and covering that for you. In other news, and there's a lot of news early this morning, and I do mean the wee hours of this morning, we have the Senate passing about $9 billion in federal spending cuts. This is the rescissions bill that we've talked about, requested by President Donald J. Trump. And this means this is for the public broadcasting forward aid. So now it moves forward on one of the president's top priorities. And so the legislation now obviously moves to the House. It could be, if the House votes on this, then we could see it go to President Trump as he's asked for by this Friday.
And that is the one. End of the week. This is the one where J.D. Vance was the tie-breaking vote.
Yes, in the other one, but in this one they didn't need J.D.
Okay.
So in this one you had Susan Collins. You had only 2, I believe, not voting for it. Yeah, 51-48.
Was it Collins and Murkowski again?
Yeah, I believe so. The votes at 2 a.m. and I'm seeing they were trying to get the proposed rescissions during 12 hours of amendment votes. None of the Democrats' none of them were adopted, but 51-48, that vote. So you have Only 2 who did not vote, not 3.
Got it.
This time around. And so John Thune is speaking out about that. Just a note, Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker speaking out yesterday about all of these different contracts. They expect the DC 33, the trash workers, among them 911 operators, they're hopeful and they believe that that'll be fully ratified, that contract, next Monday. But that voting continues. As far as District Council 47, their contract, they're the white collar workers, so-called. So they are the ones that are looking to possibly strike. She spoke out and essentially said, hey, Philadelphia and union workers, I'm pro-union. I wish I could give everybody 10%, but the budget is the budget. Essentially, she's saving the biggest nut for the police union and the other uniformed officers who, generally speaking, get a bigger raise. So it looks like DC 47, those white-collar workers, they may only get 2% a year. So just a heads up on that one. I know Thursdays are usually city council meetings, so we'll go to that. The big story that affects everybody in our region, across the region, and that is the heat. The heat advisory goes into effect in less than 4 hours, 10 o'clock this morning, and then it stays in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. We are sponsored by Wisfis Bank, Bryn Mawr Trust. Where there's a Wisfis, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. Wisfis, WSFS, we stand for service. Thank you, Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, for sponsoring First Edition Kayal & Company News Live this dreary, rainy morning. But, Nick, I hope there's some relief in store after today.
Yeah, Dawn going up to 95 today, partly cloudy with afternoon showers or thunderstorms. Some of the storms may contain gusty winds reaching 25 miles per hour. But then after that, looks like Friday, Saturday, and even Sunday is starting to look a little better.
See?
Down to only a 45% chance of showers.
Road Warriors is on the YouTube chat saying we should take polls on which one of us will get struck by lightning.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's definitely going to be me. I'm done. No defibrillator will bring me back. When I tap out, I'm tapping out for good.
Are you going to do another ride before Sunday?
No.
You're done?
I'm done. I have not been on the bike since what's today, Thursday?
Yeah.
Last Tuesday or Wednesday.
Wow.
Yeah. But I'm running on a track right now. I'm just trying to get my heart rate up.
Gotcha.
The bike doesn't get my heart rate up. No matter how much I push and push and push.
Really?
Yeah.
Push it good.
Yeah. I'm good. I'm fine with where I need to be with wrists and my butt and that whole thing. That's what kills a lot of people. But yeah. I've worn those calluses out. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I gotcha.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Get me a beer and a Wawa as soon as I get there. I'm going to collapse from exhaustion. That last stretch, man, I'm telling you. That last stretch.
I remember how brutal it is, man.
You just see the casinos. You're like,
I know.
All right, we're there. And then 35 minutes later, you're like,
we're not there.
We're not there yet.
No.
We're not there yet. All right, Kayal & Company, we'll come back, get to a Thursday big take. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Auto. My favorite brand within all of the great brands, because I drive the Honda Ridgeline, is Piazza Honda. And it's an exciting time for our friends at Piazza Auto Group because their 5 Honda dealerships, they've been acknowledged. That's right, Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. How about that? Including Best Overall Brand, the Most Trusted Brand, and the Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CR-V, the Pilot, perhaps the Ridgeline, you're choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda. 5 locations again: Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com and check out today's special offers.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our Heart Rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help.
Happy Thursday, Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. As we get it fired up here, Jimmy Fallon coming up at 8:30. Of course, the cut sheet at 7:45. Fight Club at 9:10 because fights equal ratings. We will have an extended Epstein conversation coming up shortly based on the developments of yesterday. Also, some of the good economic news. But let's start with education, shall we? Thursday, Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by First Bank. Death to the Department of Indoctrination, because the operating costs have gone up for 46 years since its creation in 1979. The activism has gone through the roof. So it's absolutely justified and fitting that the Department of Education goes down. Just like parents' faith in educators has gone down, just like the test scores of our children have gone down. Educate, not indoctrinate. Lost in the hysteria of all of the salacious stories and headlines in the news cycle this week is perhaps one of the most important of all, because it centers around our kids. That's why the Supreme Court 6-3 ruling this week that Donald Trump can, in fact, doge over 50% of the Department of Education was so necessary and uber important. From 4,300 plus employees down to approximately 2,000, and I would say keep trimming. Linda McMahon, she's on her way, and thank God. And attached to this is the possible end to the funding of PBS and NPR, which is also guilty of a forced left-wing agenda at the expense of taxpayer dollars. It's time to officially crush the teachers' unions and their activist leaders, like the American Federation of Teachers and raging Karens like Randy Weingarten, as well as the NEA, the National Education Association, and unhinged nut jobs like Becky Pringle, who just melted down yet again. Listen and watch.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Say the words. Say the words. Say them. Say them out loud. Say them again.
She makes Sam Kinison in Back to School screaming, "Say it," seem stable. And when it comes to NPR and PBS being left-wing propaganda, the facts don't lie. Nothing Catherine Marr, CEO of NPR, can say will ever change that. The data is right in front of us, courtesy of Media Research Center. Here was David Boesel of MRC on the Rob Finnerty Show on Newsmax with all of the receipts. Listen and watch this.
In the last couple of months, from April to June, Media Research Center has analyzed all of their guest totals, all of their bias. Okay, this is when they're fighting for their lives. They've got $1.2 billion at stake, and they are continue to be 93% negative against the president from April to June. On their flagship political news show, Washington Week, 13 out of 14 guests were all left-wingers. Only one was a Republican, and that guy ended up trashing Trump to begin with. On the NPR's flagship shows, 36 left-wing guests, 0 Republican guests. There's a 42-1 disparity when they label Republicans far right versus far left. It's just left-wing propaganda from start to finish. And even at this critical moment for them, with $1.2 billion at stake, they can't seem to get the memo.
Yeah, you know what's remarkable?
They can't seem to tone it down.
They need to be defunded immediately. Think about how many shows like Kayal and Company and all the shows on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT have to compete against NPR as they receive tax dollars to remain in operation, while our business model is based on sales reps going out into the neighborhoods and communities and bringing in clients and advertisers. Let the radio free market dictate who thrives and who survives, not the government taking a portion of your check and then just giving it to state media operations. Could you imagine if the government took our tax dollars and gave them to conservative talk radio? Could you imagine the Democrats' reaction to that? It's beyond absurd to argue otherwise. Here's Republican Senator from Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, making an excellent point on the slant coming down from the top. Listen and watch.
And my colleague from Louisiana, Senator Kennedy, talked some about Catherine Mayer, who is NPR's CEO, and the things that she has had to say about President Trump. And she has called him all sorts of names. Now, she is not somebody that's neutral, and she is not somebody that wants to give you a point and a counterpoint. She has an opinion, and she is using your tax dollars to spread her opinion far and wide.
And it gets worse. The peak definition of insane far-left progressive ideologies jammed down your throat. Things that 99% of us do not believe, like these. Listen and watch.
Your health advisor at NPR also stated in an interview that, quote, fear of fatness is more harmful than actual fat. Would you like to explain how fear of fatness is more harmful than actual fat? That's an editorial at NPR.
I am not familiar with the editorial, and I don't believe that was published during my time here.
It's called Diet Culture is Everywhere. Here's how to fight it. Do you think that that's an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars?
I think any reporting on health is an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars, yes.
And you think that editorializing that fat is not unhealthy is appropriate?
I don't know what that article is, sir, and I'm not familiar with it, so I couldn't
This is
say.
fake news. Do you think that basic accommodations like doorways or seat belts represent, quote, latent fat phobia?
I don't have an opinion.
It's also from NPR.
NPR is basically content that you would see from mentally ill humans ranting and raving on TikTok that end up on the cut sheet in an editorialized format, proofread and published by professional progressives. That's what it is. And we have plenty of data points and polling numbers to show that parents, they've had it up to here with this garbage. According to Educational Choice, where the full study can be seen at edchoice.org, headline, Parents and Public Pessimistic on K-12 Education in February Poll. This was written in March 2024, so just a little over a year ago. February polling data suggests a shadow remains over the classroom, even as we head into spring. The mood of Americans, including school parents, toward the direction of K-12 education dropped significantly last month. Adding to this atmosphere of pessimism, we also saw a decline in parent satisfaction with their child's personal experience at school. In partnership with the Morning Consult, EdChoice surveyed a nationally representative sample of 2,200 American adults. And each month, we asked our sponsors and our respondents a broad question on their feelings about the direction of K-12 education as a whole. And only a third, 33% of Americans, feel that things are going in the right direction. Fast forward to January 2025 from schoolchoiceawareness.org. Headline, 60% of U.S. parents searched for new schools for their kids last year, survey finds. They write, this census-balanced survey of 2,800 parents of school-age children found that military families, younger parents, and black mom and dads were amongst the most likely to consider new schools for their kids last year. Amongst mom and dads across America, 84% of military parents searched for new schools for their kids. 71% of young parents aged 18 to 29 searched for new schools for their kids, and 68% of black parents did the same. That is an astonishing set of data points. AFT, NEA, PBS, and NPR, they can deny it, but they can't hide. One last receipt, this courtesy of educationweek.org. American satisfaction with public schools hits a 24-year low. This was just written on February 5th of this year. They say the following, Americans' opinions about the quality of public education in the United States continues to decline. That according to a Gallup poll released on February 5th, 2025. The percentage of adults who report feeling dissatisfied about public education has increased steadily from 62% to 73% between 2019 and 2025. This marks the lowest it's been since 2001. So what are Republicans aiming for here? I want you to listen and watch exactly what the GOP is trying to stop with the NEA. Did you know this? Roll this, Phil.
All right, listen to this. 11 Republican lawmakers are planning to introduce legislation today to revoke the federal charter of the National Education Association, which is the nation's largest teachers union. Congressman Mark Harris is one of the members heading that bill, and he's now accusing the NEA of abandoning its mission, saying, quote, from branding President Trump a fascist to embracing divisive gender ideology and walking away from efforts to fight anti-Semitism, the NEA has become nothing more than a partisan advocacy group. Moms for Liberty co-founder Tina Descovich joins me now. Tina, thank you so much for joining us. And we understand that you're going to be at a press conference with Congressman Harris later today to talk about this very topic. But before you do that, explain to us, practically speaking, what revoking the charter of this teachers union would do and why you think it should happen.
The National Education Association is the only union in the United States of America that has a federal charter. They've had that privilege since 1906, and we are very grateful to Congressman Harris for taking this stand today and filing this legislation. There is no reason that a teachers union that is embracing such radical ideologies and pushing them into our classrooms should have any access to federal, support from the federal government.
Yeah, and this push comes on the heels of reporting on this year's National Education Association meeting, where the union reportedly approved. These are the bullet points that they wanted to achieve. They want to defend democracy against President Trump's embrace of fascism, oppose ICE student leader kidnappings, support students organizing against ICE, and they also say that they're supporting the No Kings protest.
So basically, the teachers are politicians now because they know defending their math and reading scores are indefensible at this point because they stink out loud. In America, compared to other nations as advanced as ours, or even less advanced, our kids are just being left in the dust. And I have a ton of respect for teachers. Almost all of them are great at what they do. It's their leaders in the unions and the politics that are being deployed from the top down that needs to stop. SCOTUS did their part, 6-3 ruling. Linda McMahon doing her part. Now we need Congress to do theirs. And parents as well. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner, you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back. We'll get Dawn's thoughts on that, and then we will get to Trump's epic truth social meltdown against his own base. It's Kayal and Company. We're loaded here on a Thursday, and we're back after this.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't gotten away yet this year, don't miss making those amazing family memories. Family memories are everything, and there's still time to book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. And they have several special packages to make your getaway even grander. If you hurry, you can still book a stay this summer. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Don't forget that. Book a Grand Escape weekend this fall. Earn resort credits and enjoy the beautiful beaches in Cape May with fewer crowds. Or make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Check out their website for details. Remember, book direct with them for the best rates and those resort credits. And the Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby or bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They will help you make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. GrandHotelCapeMay.com. Book your getaway today.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
6 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company, brought to you by Wawa. Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. For a limited time, Wawa mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas. Olivia likes just the cheese quesadilla. No chicken, no meat, and more. All for $6 and under. Save a summer of sandwiches and savings. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. I thought this was, and by the way, we'll get to Epstein for sure. Trump torching his base on Truth yesterday over this whole story. That'll be coming up as we begin hour number 2 after the news. But I thought it was pretty remarkable, Dawn, when we talk about education. I was blown away by some of the stats of the amount of and the volume of parents out there that are seeking and searching new schools for their children. I think school choice is very, very popular, even though it's not universally in play in this country. And I was surprised that such an overwhelming majority of military parents, young parents in that 18 to 29 Gen Z range, as well as 68% of black moms and dads out there. Because I think there's this perception out there that it's just white conservatives that are searching for better schools and get away from this left-wing insanity. It seems like it spans many different races, ethnicities, and political ideologies.
Yeah, because if you think about it, no matter who you are, so we have the pandemic, we have in these blue areas, especially schools shut down, but then even across the Montgomery County, Chester County, I'll point to those two counties in Chester County especially, those schools have learning loss, maybe a grade, 2 grades below grade level as far as reading and math, and that's what the scores show. But at the same time, you have schools that have to take a huge chunk of their resources and dedicate those resources to children who do not speak English. So just, take that in for a minute. So you say, why does my kid's class over here, why is this class size now much bigger? Or why don't they have a teacher's aide anymore? Because everything is stretched thin. We also have a teacher's shortage going on right now. So in a school, a suburban school, city school, whatever that looks like, you have, all these resources stretched thin, and who suffers? The kids. And we all know if it affects your kid, you don't care about Republican, Democrat.
Nope.
You want to fix it, right?
Right. Yep. You're 1,000% right. And then our boy Duffy Domino sends us a tweet. He copied me in on a clip of Amy Klobuchar being on MSNBC, and I started to think about Stalker, because Stalker loves to talk about, NPR and how we have to battle, and they're just handed and gift wrapped everything. Amy Klobuchar was on MSNBC fear-mongering, saying that people will not get alerts for natural disasters without PBS and NPR, which is just absolutely false, because we give EAS and emergency alerts on this station. Music stations do it. Sports radio does it. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, every FCC licensed station has to do it. So it will go on without PBS and NPR. And then there was another politician, I'm drawing a blank on the name, in the last day or two, testifying, saying that, this is also going to impact conservatives out in the Midwest, in the South, in the rural areas. And I'm thinking, I don't think any conservatives in the Midwest or in the Southeast listen to NPR and would get those alerts anyway, because the slant is so far left that people, unless you believe in that stuff, probably do not consume it. But it's just outrageous that we have to compete. And I would say that's probably, Greg, would you agree? Is that our biggest, I mean, God knows we've dusted the other people in this town that do this format, but is NPR our biggest
yes.
competition?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there are people that sample us and sample them, and and they have an FM dial, and they have no commercials, and they have they have all the resources that they could possibly want, and it's not a fair. It's not a fair playing field.
No.
And I'm not saying that as like, oh, poor me, because we stand on our own and we do damn well. You know what I mean? So it's not that. It's just that in this day and age, Catherine Marr was on one of the shows. This is cut one, Phil. I was going to do this for the cut sheet, but we might as well do it now. She was on there arguing about rural communities.
Okay, maybe that's what I was.
And they don't have broadband and all of this antiquated nonsense. Roll this.
But I think that the place where we're seeing the most traction is senators who represent communities where there are large rural communities, large tribal communities, in particular in places like Alaska, where there just isn't a lot of other options. Broadband service is not universal, and heck, even cell phone service is not universal. There's a real understanding of the need there, as well as for emergency alerting, in which public media plays an extraordinarily important role.
She's unbelievable. She really is, because I recall about a year and a half ago, remember the Biden broadband bill where they were going to invest all this money? I want to say it was north of $40 billion to broadband and high-speed Wi-Fi in these rural areas, and none of it ever was really put into practice and put into play, so to speak. So here, Catherine Marr, if you have a problem with, portions of this country still being in the Stone Age with high-speed internet and Wi-Fi, well, then blame it on the previous administration. Where did that money go? It's the same thing like with the electrical charging ports. How many were created after all the money was spent? 7 nationwide, right? And half of them weren't even operational. And again, all of this reckless spending, and you never end up getting what you think you signed off for on a bill.
Also, these rural communities that everybody's so concerned about, that everybody talks about too. Most of these places don't have schools. They don't have a police department. They live out in the middle of nowhere for a reason. They don't have grocery stores out there. Like it's your choice to go out there and live. Yeah. So to sit here and placate to there's these communities that don't have access to something. It's just BS.
Yep.
The whole thing is just BS.
Yep. And think about this too, from when you compare NPR to a company like Odyssey or any of the other major companies out there that have to fight tooth and nail for every ad dollar. Imagine what it's like, the comfort and the feeling of how great it is knowing you have X coming in automatically from the government. I'll never forget this. My dad told me about his best friend who was a lawyer. He was also, in his private practice, but he also represented a municipality as the township solicitor, and he had like one or two big companies that he was retained on. And he told me, he goes, trust me, Nick, you're going to want to be a lawyer. You're going to make a ton of money. His name was Chris. He goes, Chris, before he wakes up and gets out of bed to start a new calendar year, already has $200,000 to his name before he goes into work in his private practice. Do you know what that would be like? The relief you could feel in your profession, knowing you already have it in the bank before you even go out there and try to exert an ounce of energy towards putting out a good product. That's the head start that NPR and PBS gets against the rest of us on your tax dollars.
Yep.
And it's absurd.
Yep.
855-839-1210. Speaking of absurd, two things you should never do in politics. Bite the hand of those who donate money and then rip your base. We got to get to Trump on the other side. We'll do that after the news. Round number 2 of the news is coming up next as we kick off the 7 o'clock hour on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings, heart healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai stock. New Santa Fe's Tucson's a lot, just anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi, it's John Ashdow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the summer, the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Over 200 vehicles to choose from in stock, from new Santa Fe's, Tucsons, Elantras, and more. And 0% financing is available on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 31st, 2025.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. How about a brand new hour? It's Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway here on a Thursday morning. The cut sheet is coming up at 7:45. Jimmy Fela at 8:30. Don't forget, he will be in Pottstown at Soul Joel's coming up on Saturday, August 9th. And Jimmy is with us each and every Thursday, starting at 8:30, starting this week. Looking forward to that. Fight Club at 9:10 this morning. All right. Trump and Epstein, Truth Social, the post seen and heard round the world. It's coming up. It's in the on-deck circle. But right now at the plate with round number 2 of the news at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Kitchen Magic this Thursday morning. This is July the 17th, 77 degrees with heat warnings going into effect in less than 3 hours this morning. So in the news this morning in Philadelphia, we have former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial facing sentencing day. That's today in court. That's on the docket. Back in May, you may recall, a Philadelphia jury found the former officer not guilty of third-degree murder and official oppression charges, but they found him guilty of voluntary manslaughter. And so this is related to the charges in that fatal shooting involving a tragic traffic stop involving a man of the same age at the time of the former officer, Eddie Irizarry, both men 28 years old. And so in this one, the max sentence for voluntary manslaughter in Pennsylvania is 20 years behind bars. The sentencing hearing will be presided over by Judge Glenn Bronson in Philadelphia. So this is on the docket, just putting that on your radar. We have 8 children, as many as 8 children and preteens, teens injured this morning and recovering from their injuries after a deadly lightning strike in Ocean County, New Jersey. One person dead, and like I say, more than a dozen in all injured after this lightning strike at this outdoor archery range. So emergency crews rushing to the scene there. This happened last night at the Black Knight Bow Benders, which is on the 600 block of Perrineville Road. This is Ocean County, like I say. And according to police, the one man whose life they could not save, 61-year-old Robert Montgomery of Cinnaminson, he died from his injuries after being struck by this lightning, and he was identified as a member of the range, and 14 others suffering those injuries, ranging from severe burns to other injuries. They're being nonspecific. So it looks like they were able to revive one person because at the center, thank goodness, they have a defibrillator. They were doing CPR on some of these victims. The youngest victim struck or injured by this, a 7-year-old boy. So in all, it's just a horrible situation.
Wow, a 7-year-old.
A 7-year-old.
Oh, man. Just to go back to Mark Dial for a second, just to pass along a little tidbit here. Mark Fusetti just sent me a text. He says that he'll be speaking at Mark's sentencing today.
And so oftentimes you will have many people who will be writing letters, who will speak to the character of someone.
Sure.
And all of this is part of the court record that you have. You ask people to come forth. And that is influential to these judges.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yep.
And
so thank you to our friend Mark Fusetti, who's speaking out. I don't know if the former officer's family members will be speaking out. I know his parents have been in court with him. This has been devastating for his family as well. And we remember that District Attorney Larry Krasner initially charged him with first-degree murder, which means he was not eligible for any kind of bail. That was that whole back and forth.
Right.
They were able to knock that down. So the jury did not buy it, that this was the high, the jury went for the lesser charges within this, but still, this judge could potentially, he faces 20 years behind bars.
Awful. Just awful.
So tragedy by all accounts here. So we're on it. We'll follow it, and it'll be a breaking news story. We're live and local here all day long, no doubt, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We will cover that for you and bring you that verdict the moment that it comes in with the judge making that decision. The other story that is making national news, and that is these 14 individuals identified as illegals. They are illegally here in this country. They were in Montgomery County, and this was a targeted situation. This was not a random kind of raid as some media outlets are describing in Montgomery County in the suburbs of Philadelphia. So we know that these different federal agents were on the scene of a grocery store, and they were able to, they were surrounding the area, and you see them, some of them with long guns, some on the rooftops, and sort of swarming into that area, conducting this, like I say, targeted with serving a search warrant on this particular grocery store in West Norton there. And so in Montgomery County, we have a lot of reaction to it, a lot of coverage, but I don't have yet those specific charges against those 14 individuals. We know that at least one of them was, in fact, working at the grocery store there. And so the headline is that this is sparking fear and panic in local communities in the Philadelphia region, especially communities with a heavy immigrant population. And that would be Norristown. That would be this, West Norton, Norristown area.
Yeah. I love how they just love to give you the fear. It's sparking fear and emotional concern. Well, if you don't break the law, you have nothing to fear, right?
Yeah, and that's the word from ICE, the Philadelphia field office. They haven't immediately responded to this, but we have reports that all of these individuals were confirmed as illegally here in this country. And we've had several days of arrests and detentions reported across Montgomery County, a suburb of Philadelphia, as you know, over the past week. And so there's a lot of response, for example, from the consulate, the Mexican consulate that's located here in Philadelphia, saying they're prepared to provide any legal assistance, putting out their emergency telephone line, for example. And so among them, Project Libertad, a Pennsylvania-based nonprofit working with immigrant children, they have first warned of the raid that it was going down around 9 o'clock yesterday morning. This one at the Super Gigante, that's the big grocery store there in West Norriton. So they've said, stay away, please contact us if you or a relative have been detained and if you need help locating an attorney. So trying to get them some legal help. I'll say earlier in the day yesterday, a large gathering of agents had been reported, this one on Ridge Pike and this one in Conshohocken, right near 476. So smaller raids around the region, Ambler, as well as Cheltenham. I would say Cheltenham is the closest one, I would say, to the Philadelphia border, but all of these, to my knowledge, located recently within these past days, or not quite a week, but Montgomery County specifically.
Yep.
So I don't have reaction from the Board of Commissioners in Montgomery County, only from the Mexican consulate, and as well some of these other advocacy groups who were showing up. They had a rally. Local media is there. A lot of the local morning shows are there, and they're reporting live. They say in addition to support from the county, the Norristown Police Department has put out those flyers to help citizens identify actual Norristown police officers and then how to differentiate a local police officer from a potential federal ICE agent.
Really?
Yep.
Really? You can't tell the difference? You can't spot the difference between a West Norriton Township police officer and ICE?
So we have that going on.
Joke.
We also have, locally we have, or I'll take you to other news since we're talking about immigration. 17 immigration court judges fired in recent days. This is a national story and that's according to the union that represents them. The International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers represents immigration court judges as well as other professionals. They put out this news release saying that a total of 17 immigration court judges were fired, quote, without cause, and the union claiming that they were working in courts across 10 different states, the West Coast, Midwest, and closer to our region. It would include, for example, Maryland, Massachusetts, New York, all Ohio, Texas, Utah, Virginia, really across California, across the country. And so these, they say that it's outrageous and it's against the public interest that at the same time Congress has authorized 800 immigration judges. They're firing a large number of other immigration judges, quote, without cause, which apparently is legal. So that's a legal thing. So we're watching that very carefully. And just a footnote for you, Maureen Comey, daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, she was fired yesterday. We've learned that from her job as a prosecutor in the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office. We have this confirmed from the Justice Department, from a Justice Department official confirming this. So Maureen Comey informed of her firing, her termination yesterday by the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, that from the official. So what projects did she work on most recently? On the prosecution of Sean Diddy Combs. And she did previously prosecute, or she was on the team of prosecutors for sex offender and convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and his associate, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Interesting. Epstein, Diddy, well, now she'll have plenty of time to start a new project on the beach collecting seashells with her old man.
And that was why her father recently is under investigation for that situation.
Interesting.
8647.
Interesting timing, don't you think?
Yeah, they're not really putting out the causation.
Oh.
So, not that I don't know that you have to, but the Senate passing that $9 billion, I know we'll get into it, headline, Senate passing about $9 billion in federal spending cuts. This is about DOGE and deep reductions, for example, to public broadcasting, foreign aid. It's moving forward on one of the president's top priorities and promises. And so the legislation now moves to the House as expected. and then it could go to President Trump's desk for his final signing. That could happen by Friday. So this would, we say NPR and PBS. The truth is it would cut the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And so that's the corporation that's a nonprofit that was, so they're not a political action committee. They're a nonprofit corporation created by Congress to distribute federal funding to local public radio and public television stations. I'll point out to you that when this was created back in 1967 and funded by Congress, it explicitly is prohibited from engaging in any political activity, including supporting any political parties or supporting any political candidates. That's in its actual doctrine as far as part of the funding.
So they've been in violation of that for 58 years, basically.
Well, I think that's the claim, Nick. I think that's one of the claims, that they became too political.
Yeah.
So we have all of that going on. Obviously, we'll get to the heat warnings. They go into effect, severe heat warnings across the region going into effect in less than 3 hours this morning. Kitchen Magic. Yeah, Kitchen Magic kitchens are proudly American-made, family-owned, tariff-proof, so your dream kitchen won't get hit with hidden costs. Get 24 months, same as cash financing. KitchenMagic.com. Two things I hope we get to: the ESPYs. I love Shane Gillis. It was
so good.
Oh my gosh!
So
and Eagles getting a shout out, and of course talking about the heat and the forecast. Nick Kayal.
That's right, Dawn. It's 78 degrees, going up to 95 today. We could have one of those severe pop-up storms, and then it looks pretty good for Friday, 86, and mostly sunny. Saturday, chance of a pop-up storm, but 86, and then Sunday, it's getting better by the day. It'll be 90 and only a 40% chance of storms. Hopefully that occurs around 2 o'clock after we wrap up the bike ride. All right, Kayal and Company, we are back after this. Donald Trump calls out his base for caring about what is now apparently a hoax. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk about my friends, my guys, as I call them, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We have that Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed in our lower level because the lower level had this poor ventilation, a lack of ductwork, and so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been such a game changer for us. As Larry, my husband, and I, we share that office downstairs with a lot of equipment because we have a studio down there. It's a TV studio, it's a broadcast studio, so we need to have a constant temperature, and we need to make sure we suck the humidity out of that lower level, which had a little, I'll just be honest, had like this little mildewy kind of a stank to it. No more. You could just smell it when you go downstairs. It just smells good and fresh, and it always feels good too. No matter whether we have a heat wave or in the cold, it doesn't matter. That constant temperature, oh, it's been wonderful. Thank you, Marvin E. Cans. This mini split, I hope you really consider it, because this mini split unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, it really has. It's a wonderful thing for us, and it would be for you too if you have one of those hard-to-reach areas. Just visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Kayal and Company, 721 here on a Thursday morning. The cut sheet in under 25 minutes. Let's get into it, shall we? I don't understand what he's doing. I don't, for the life of me, I don't get this. You talk about self-sabotage. You want to talk about a self-inflicted wound. The more I thought about this yesterday, it reminded me of my parents and my grandparents, and now what I tell my daughters: when you get poison, stop scratching it. Don't scratch it. Resist the urge, and it will go away. If you keep scratching, it's going to stay, and it's going to spread, right? And that's exactly what has happened here with Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Phil, post the Truth Social post, K3. I'm going to read this verbatim for the audience. For those that can see it on YouTube, you'll see it. For those on radio or the app, I'll read it for you. The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. Just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Dems swore had come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made-up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam, in all capital letters, is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this BS, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will. And even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years, I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history. And all these people want to talk about, with strong prodding by the fake news and the success-starved Dems, is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success, because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. He's misread the room entirely. Now, I'm very consistent. I've said this is a huge story, but this does not affect my day-to-day life. The economy does, and the things that he ran on and won on and has done well with. The border, phenomenal. The economy, great economic numbers. We'll get to those coming up in a few minutes here. But he's not reading the room. According to a YouGov Economist poll, Trump may have a lot more to lose than he realizes. Respondents to the survey were asked, should the government release all the documents that it has about the Jeffrey Epstein case? And almost unheard of, 79% responded yes. And that it consists of 83% of Trump voters. Next, respondents were asked, do you think the government is covering up evidence it has about Epstein? Again, people who are now members of the Trump administration spent years fueling these conspiracies, and now 67% of all Americans say yes, there's a cover-up, with another full quarter not sure, meaning 92% of Americans are at least open to the idea that the government and Trump covering up Epstein evidence. Amongst Trump voters, 59% responded yes. This was a poll conducted July 11th to July 14th. I said in the tease, there's 2 things you don't do in politics. You don't bite the hand that feeds you with a donor. Now, Trump can do that because, unlike most politicians, he entered politics with a ton of money, so he might not need the money as much as your average Tom, Dick, or Harry. But then you're going to say, my past supporters? I got to be honest. Kind of ticks me off, right? Because we all take a ton of abuse for being Trump supporters, right? I gave you the story yesterday. Mother-in-law, haven't seen her in 2 days. Sequestered in her bedroom, not feeling well. Comes downstairs. How about your boy? How about your boy, you sucker? Your boy. I mean, seriously. And then you're going to sit there and think about the timeline here. 10 years ago, he was talking about Clinton this, Clinton that. And then, again, not something that he completely ran. I mean, this was an issue. Wasn't one of his top 5 campaign promises. You can pull up the website itself, his official campaign, the 20-point platform for his agenda. But it was something that a lot of people are looking forward to. And now it's gone from the Epstein files to a scam to a hoax. And it's the Democrats that have jumped on it late, even though they have no merit, no standing, because they had 4 years to unearth this stuff and they didn't. But now they've jumped on it. But this is your own undoing. I don't understand this. This is melting down when there's really nothing really to melt down over. You brought it up. Your AG has totally botched it. She deserves the unmatched majority of the blame. But you keep defending her. I don't know why. An attorney general, first of all, she wasn't even your first choice. Gates was your first choice. He gets zipped. You bring her in. You're thinking, all right, she's buttoned up. She's nuts and bolts. Pound, pound, pound prosecutor. She is an epic disaster. I would have let her go weeks ago. There's a ton of attorneys out there you could find. Give it to Elena Haba. I don't understand what he's doing here, Don. I'm not jumping off the bandwagon. 2 things can be true. Our boy Matt Rooney made a great point last night on X. I want to read Rooney's tweet. You can hear him Sunday nights at 7 o'clock here on Talk Radio 1210. And he makes this excellent point. No inflation at all for June of 2025. None. But sorry for the interruption. You may now resume tearing each other apart over the handling of a likely non-existent suspect list. And then our boy Sean Farish. He was unhinged last night because he was getting bombarded for having the temerity to call out Trump's strategy and state of mind, losing followers left and right. He says this, I don't get this. Just have your AG hold a press conference and answer questions. This is Sean Farish. She'll be with us tomorrow. She went from having it on her desk to now it's all a hoax. People aren't wrong for wanting direct answers as to what happened. Some are being obnoxious about it, but some genuinely want to know what happened, and they're being scolded for it and told that they are less of a Trump supporter. Even though, again, poll's a poll, it's one poll, 80% of Trump supporters are like, yeah, we want answers. I mean, you're supposed to give your base what they want. He's telling his base, go screw yourself. I don't get it, Dawn.
I think I think you look at all of the accomplishments, even over the past 2 weeks, it's incredible. And so I think this is President Trump saying, really, after everything that's being done, the border shut down, he had that huge meeting yesterday with the fentanyl, families who've lost a loved one to fentanyl. He's shut down the fentanyl. He's shut down the border. The economy is looking great. He's bringing in, was hosting Middle Eastern businessmen, including from Bahrain, and prime ministers and all this. I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars being raked in. He's looking around at all of this saying, are you kidding me? I did this within 6 months. And you're talking about a dead guy from a story that was a story back in 2007, 2008. So I think this is him being frustrated. So I just wonder if the story still has legs, as we say in the business, if the story continues to have legs, then what happens next? With Pam Bondi, my question is, if there was no list, then why did she go on with Jesse Waters last February and say, breaking news, Jesse, tomorrow will release she said either the list or the files, but she said, we're going to name names. So why did she say that? And does she need to come out and say, I should not have said that. I meant whatever I meant. She only has explained the comment that she made based on another morning show on Fox. She has never addressed the first time that she went on with Jesse Waters, which has bigger ratings and a huge audience, and she promised a quote-unquote list or Epstein file, and you inferred from her that they were going to name some big names. So why? Why did she do that then? Was she just an idiot? Is she a newbie or excited about the job? Like what was that? And then my next question is, with the firing of Comey, meaning Maureen Comey, why was she fired just yesterday? And what does she have to do, or does she have anything to do since she worked on the case?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
It just blows me away. And there was a great point made on X. Nick Sorter says, two things can be true at the same time. You can support President Trump and demand transparency in the Epstein case. Don't let people on X bully you into thinking that you have to pick one or the other, which a lot of the most ardent supporters are doing, saying like, you're fake MAGA. I ain't fake MAGA. I'm not fake anything. And what I don't understand, too, and this is the other thing that really ticks me off, that more females aren't demanding that. Riley Gaines pretty much disavowed Trump last night on X. She says, was it stupid and foolish when he campaigned on releasing the files? Are Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Elena Habba all foolish and stupid for peddling this for 6 months straight? What on earth and why on earth is he doing this? That is Riley Gaines last night. I mean, again, there's far more important issues, but I would have a different stance if this was driven by the media or driven by the Democrats. But dude, you brought this on yourself, and your attorney general is a biblical disaster from a PR communication standpoint. She might be the greatest attorney since Johnny Cochran, and it doesn't matter because she can't get her story straight. She doesn't get the communication aspect, and we still have yet to have one of these, what we need. The be-all, end-all of press conferences. You get Trump. I said this yesterday. You get Trump, you get Bondi, you get Patel, you get Bongino. I don't want to hear any more about reports from Axios. I don't want to hear about 4 sources or 12 sources from Politico. I don't care what Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens says. Get those 4 individuals. This is about accountability, right? And I hold my people, the people that I vote for, to the same, actually a higher standard than the administration of the past that I bashed relentlessly for 2.5 years, because I end up looking like a jackass. So you put those 4 up there and you sit their asses down because they love the cameras, they love the spotlight, they love the microphone, and let's have a conversation. And I want every reporter in there, left wing, right wing, centrist, fired, TV, new contract, it doesn't matter. Radio, blogger, bring them all in. Bring in the Associated Press, bring in Newsmax, and let them be peppered relentlessly. And if they can't get their story straight, that's on them. Because, like, when you're a sports guy and you run a sports team, you're a coach or a manager, there's 2 styles. You're either a micromanager and you have everything meticulously laid out, or you're loosey-goosey. You're a player's coach. You let your players handle it. I think Trump is a player's coach. But you can only be a player's coach for so long when the AG makes you look bad. And I had said, and I'd been very consistent, I think a majority of this was not Trump's fault leading up to yesterday. But yesterday, that post, if you interpret it the way I interpret it, is he's thumbing his nose at 4 out of every 5 of you. Think about that. 80% of this audience, if the polling is accurate and a representative sample, you are being told by the guy that you have fought tooth and nail for 10 years, you're a sucker, you're falling for a scam, and it's a hoax. The same guy that told you the list existed, now it's a hoax. And if anybody's in their feelings on that, I don't want you. Beat it. Go elsewhere.
Well, Nick, I think okay.
Tired of all you snowflakes. And apparently, most of the audience is not snowflakes because 4 out of 5 won answers. So it's the 20%. I don't need you.
Yeah, here's the thing. We know with something like this, when the story has legs and, the liberal-leaning media is going to glom on to anything that they feel has any traction whatsoever. So in that sense, are they blowing out of proportion in the day-to-day? Of course, but that's par for the course, and nobody knows that better than President Trump. And so just fix it.
Yes,
just
right.
Fix it.
This is such an
really
easy fix.
to fix.
I agree. Well, I don't understand why this has become such an unmanageable situation and story. Shut your attorney general down. Didn't I say this last week or at the beginning of this week? Bench her. No more appearances. Not to be seen from, not to be heard. Bury your nose in a legal book and prosecute people that have come across the border, sex traffickers. Do whatever the attorney general does other than seeking out media spotlight because she's awful at it. Absolutely abhorrent, abysmal. On a scale of 1 to 10, she doesn't get a 1. And that's amazing because a majority of these people in this administration are former TV people or podcasters who are good at speaking.
You don't think she's taking marching orders from somebody?
I have no idea who she's taking. I would just put her in the closet. She's done. She can't be out. You can't. She is.
I love that Pam Bondi's the fall person for this. Like it blows my mind that Pam Bondi is the fall person for Epstein.
Well, some of it's her own undoing for selling us a bill of goods. We've got it. It's on my desk. Jesse, breaking news. You can't write a check with your mouth if your ass can't cash it. It's that simple.
No, and I do wonder with Maureen Comey because she's in that in that district, the DOJ district that we've talked a lot about there in Manhattan. So is that the group that's accused of, leaking information or destroying files? I just think people want some kind of an explanation after people and it's not just, Bondi went on 2 different shows and I remember watching it live, the first one with Jesse. I happened to see that one live because I had a TV on and I was cleaning up the kitchen or something, and I had a TV in the other room, and I was like, oh wow, she's breaking news or something. So she really hyped that she was going to release it.
And now nobody is talking about the great economic news yesterday.
Right.
The PPI in June came in, and it came in lower than all 50 forecasters in Bloomberg's survey predicted. June's PPI inflation falls to 2.3%, below expectations. Core PPI inflation fell to 2.6%, below expectations. Everything below expectations. Not to mention, a June spending, we had a $27 billion surplus. The expectation was a $50 billion deficit. Wholesale prices down. Inflation essentially non-existent. And because of Pam Bondi's terrible choice of words. And oh, by the way, 47's ridiculous post yesterday. We can't talk about the economy because they are self-sabotaging themselves.
Instead of like all the finger pointing and everything, why not ask yourselves? And I'm not talking about you guys. I'm just talking about the collective. Ask yourselves why this is happening. Why is he going to such lengths to pretend these things don't exist now? Why?
And nobody had asked him about it. It's all self-inflicted. That's the word. That's the most confounding part. You're doing this to yourself.
I think that this is becoming a big deal and for him, and he's not helping himself in any way with this.
Nope.
And I just don't. I feel like the blaming of Pam Bondi and this, that, and the other, and I can't believe he's doing this. There's a reason he's doing this.
Well, there's obviously somebody or some entity that's being protected here, right?
Okay.
And he's taking the bullets for it, whether he's protecting, as some people think, something to do with Israel, which is like the furthest,
or himself,
Which is what I've said since day one,
or anything in between.
So he's doing so. Dawn, according to you, he's doing this to protect Israel.
Okay, here's my theory. You want your Trump whisperer theory?
That's what Tucker believes.
My theory is that because he knows he's advancing the news cycle, because he knows we're all going to be talking about this today. So what's he doing? He knows this is going to come out, but I still believe that in here, whether Epstein was some kind of an access agent for Israel, which Trump now is saying to his buddies to whoever in the CIA or to Israel, look, I did everything I could to shut this down, but it was going to come out. So I think something is going to come out. I think we're going to see there's going to be a reveal, and Trump has now removed himself from it in the eyes of the allies, because I think it's an ally, and I think it's the government. It's not Trump. He didn't create this. He did not create this situation. This is something that has been going on since the Bush administration. Okay, so it's one other thing. He inherited this, but the problem is Bondi went on Fox multiple times, and as well, especially Bongino did whole shows. Have you seen this? I've seen that.
Exactly what I said in previous big takes.
So it's their fault for going on TV.
I'm not saying it's anybody's fault. I'm saying that he's looking at this like a brand manager. Okay. And he has to solve it. So right now, why did he put that Truth Social out? To me, that was Trump trying to distance himself from the fact that he's trying to say, I've done everything to say this is a nothing burger, that there is no list, and maybe there's not a list, but I think something's going to come out.
Well, then
that's why they're firing people in that Manhattan office, because those people, remember Dershowitz, we know, they all saw the files.
Yeah.
So something's coming out soon, and that's why they're firing somebody who's maybe suspected of being a leaker of what was in the file.
I mean,
that's my theory.
My whole stance on this has been for a while that this doesn't affect my life on a day-to-day basis. It really does not. And it doesn't affect really any of our lives on a day-to-day basis unless for some reason you can't sleep at night knowing that there are, celebrity or politician pedophiles out there. I sleep fine just knowing that, even though I think they're the scum of the earth. But this is from a professional standpoint, this is the biggest story. So that's why we are talking about it and talking about it as much as we are. But, I mean, if Trump would just come out and just say it, hey, there's nothing there, we've gone through the files, give us this, even the same line, we might not buy it, we might not believe it, give us the same line that Kash Patel has given us, give us the same line that Dan Bongino has given us, obviously in their roles of the FBI, because remember, they've done a complete 180. They were chirping in podcast land, and then they come on the board as FBI 1 and FBI 2, and they say, we've seen the files, there's nothing there, it is what it is, he died by suicide, nobody killed him, and this list that everybody talks about, the list does not exist. But obviously, Dershowitz, who knows these things as an attorney directly involved in this, and even at one point accused, knows that there are names out there, but he is, and that's the other thing. I said this yesterday, and I don't want people to forget this. Don't forget what I said yesterday. Again, This is above Trump, not from a deep state perspective or anything. Remember, those two judges in New York, they redacted and blacked out a lot of not just the victims, but the perpetrators. So until those judges unredact that, believe it or not, even though he's the president of the United States, if he wanted to release it and he says, oh, there is a list, he can't do it. That according to Alan Dershowitz. Take that for what it's worth. All right, let's grab some calls quick before we get to the cut sheet. Charlie is in Philadelphia. Charlie, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Charlie, you go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, this thing really depresses me. I really like Trump, and I voted for him. I think he's the greatest president we ever had, and I was just shocked by this. I was really taken back, and I try to rationalize, like, what's going on here. I hope Dawn's right that he's trying to dissociate himself from certain things, but I also think maybe somehow he sold out to the other side, or maybe even worse than that, maybe to Ross Perot, and maybe he was threatened that they're going to take out his family or something if he messes with them aside. I mean, you just don't know. But I always remember a book I read, and recently he just died. David Rockefeller was a book called David when I was a teenager. They asked him why he would never be president, and he bragged that he had enough power in the stock market to collapse this country. He didn't need to, you know what I'm saying? There's people with a lot of money involved here, and there's a lot of people, if they join forces, who knows what damage they could do to this country if they were exposed and they took revenge. You know, I mean, there's so much to play here. It's just like ridiculous. But I can't believe him saying that and like saying that to his base, like, you know, hey, if you don't go along with me, see you later. You know what I mean? I think he's done himself a big harm here. Yeah. Even though he's not going to run for president again, but he still has a big hand in government even when he retires, you know?
Yeah, it's a good point, Charlie. I appreciate the call. Let me grab, before we get to the cut sheet, let's go to line 3. We'll go to Mark in Philadelphia, wants to talk about the Pam Bondi aspect. Mark, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey, buddy.
Nick, you're great. I love you. Stalker. Dude, I swear to God, it's me on a radio the way you speak about. Listen, Pam Bondi, she went on the show, and then Trump's like, "What did you just say?" No, you're not doing that. Listen, the Epstein case is the easiest selling point that Trump made to us. Easier than reducing egg prices, easier than the economy, easier than deporting people. Listen, we know the reason why this is not going out. It's a shame, though.
What do you mean?
Like, it's a shame, like, that we're getting pulled like this, and the way the MAGA is being treated, and the way, like, I was watching Chris Cuomo. I don't know if I'm allowed to, like, say other people's shows, but
that's fine. Go ahead.
They had Bill O'Reilly on, of all people.
Yeah, I saw.
Who got fired from Fox for sexual harassment cases, and he's like, we don't have to have the list come out because we don't want people being destroyed. Who cares about if they get destroyed? I don't care if it's the left, right, center. I don't care if it's my uncle on the list.
Yeah.
These girls were raped.
Yes.
And he's worried about people being destroyed.
Yep. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
right, love you guys.
Love you too, Mark. Appreciate the call, brother. I think what you're talking about as far as names is the implications if you are just in the file, but not on the island, not on the plane, just that you were a friend of Epstein, or you took a picture with him, or you had conversations with him. Again, that's the unfair part of this, because there were many people that were confidants or colleagues or casual friends, and they did dinner and drinks with Epstein. In no way does that mean that they are pedophiles or even knew of anything with concrete evidence that this guy was into the heinous acts that he was into, right? So I think that's what the concern is when you release everything. Well, then if it's 200 names, but only 3 of them actually engaged in, raping minors, the other 197 then get smeared, and that is unfair, right? Like, I could be related to somebody that was a murderer. Does that make me a bad person because I just was connected in some loose way to a bad, awful person? No. So,
Nick, I don't think, I just think it's only the revelation that and maybe they didn't realize this, I'm not really sure, but the only thing that makes sense to me, is that it's somebody like Israel. It's an important close ally, and they're trying to deal with Middle East peace. And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu was here, so they made that announcement, as I've said. They made the announcement that this is a nothing burger on Sunday. Netanyahu comes in. they he comes in for the visit for a few days. I thought he was going to leave on Thursday. He left on Wednesday. What did he really come here for?
Yep.
They didn't have any major announcement, like a peace accord announced. Why? So to me, that's why I go there. And so I just think something's going to come out, and maybe they knew that it was going to come out with a whistleblower, whatever. But my feeling is, look, President Trump loves his base. That's his power. The patriots who supported him all this time during all the political persecution by the previous administration. It was crazy when you think about it. And Trump loves his people. And so why would he put out this statement like this that's like basically a PR statement?
And then double down on it?
And
which
double down
we're going to get
and
to.
distance himself to it. To me, there's something else that's going to come out.
And it's Israel.
And I think it's Israel. That's what I've said from day one. That's just my, but it's
He's
only
doing
my
all
silly
this to protect
theory.
Israel. Okay.
Not to protect Israel, but to save. No, Greg, he's not the one protecting. This was something that goes back nearly 20 years ago. So this is not his creation. He wasn't even in politics back then. This is something that I feel it's a PR move with a critical ally in the Middle East at a critical moment during peace talks, and to have something explode in their faces like, hey, the Mossad was involved and Epstein was an access agent. And by the way, maybe a former biggity big in Israel was one of these freak customers. That would be very bad in the, in the scheme of things.
Or he was a scumbag real estate developer who was blackmailing people. I mean, it could just be as simple as that.
Epstein?
Epstein.
Not some CIA agent.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that still makes no sense to this day. This guy had $600 to $700 million. I mean, how does this guy have the money he has without being a blackmail artist?
Well, access agent. Right. That's why that makes sense to me.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
I'm with you on that. There's
you guys
no
watch
doubt.
too many movies.
I know. I mean, you're right.
Well, you think he made that money on the stock market?
No, I'm just
like Nancy Pelosi's husband.
I'm just saying that there was this in my mind. This guy was just a rich dude who was into weird, kinky stuff and had powerful friends and decided to, he's like, hey, you know what I can start doing? Blackmailing people because, then they'll be in my pocket and do whatever I want them to do.
Yeah.
Well,
even to the point where he's intimidating the FBI with hired private investigators.
Well, to Greg's point, that could very well be true. And then, when he's about to go to jail for the rest of his life in, 2007, 2008-ish, during the George W. Bush administration, all of a sudden, these detectives, because I've watched every documentary, I've read every book about this, they were furious. Imagine being a cop. And you've investigated this guy, and you've known that he was slimy and doing sick stuff, and finally you nail him with the rape of this 14-year-old girl, and you've got him. He's going to be put away for the rest of his life. And all of a sudden, he cuts this sweetheart deal where he basically, they sentenced him, I'll say in air quotes, to 13, 14 months. He doesn't really even serve that. He gets this house arrest sweetheart deal that he can go to work for 12 hours a day. And it was outrageous to the law enforcement locally there in Miami. And so the fact that he got that sweetheart deal may be explained by exactly what you're talking about, because maybe he had some cards in the deck where he could, make a negotiation, and maybe he then became some kind of a, informant or whatever with the CIA, Greg. I don't know.
Right.
But there's something else here.
Well, of course. If you're on hold, hang tight. We'll weave some of these calls in as we go throughout the cut sheet, which begins right now.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Staples. How many times do we all say, well, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping service, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples! That was easy. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Since we're here, let's play some of the Trump audio from the press conference yesterday. Let's start with cut 14. Go.
I want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen?
No, it's
of
not
that?
the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier. That turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including in the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
There you go, stupid people.
Yeah, so I guess
there you go.
4 out of 5 of us are stupid. You know, it's amazing. He's right. He's justified in feeling like, hey, we are getting a lot accomplished that we said we would do. We've begun this. We've fully completed that, and anywhere in between. But the problem is, it's not being ignored. It's the fact that your attorney general opened up a can of worms that has completely engulfed and pushed everything else to the back burner. Chris sends a tweet. I'm listening to you this morning as I do every morning. You're on your normal rant about Pam Bondi. You will eat your words eventually. Don't sound like stalker. I sound like myself every day. I don't sound like stalker.
Thank you.
He wishes he had Greg Stocker's hair.
Here's what I would tell you, Chris. 2 things. Number 1, I always love the random tweet from the I don't like how you're making me feel this morning crowd. Chris, you'll be fine. Toughen up. You sound like a snowflake liberal. But secondly, and more importantly, I never come up with anything on this show and then sit down on the deck before I go to bed and I go, I wonder how 13% of my audience might take this. I've never done that, ever once, not in any line of sports or talk. I don't sit here and say, boy, I got to nurture and coddle my audience. That's what makes people hypocrites, that's what the left does. So this is big boy radio. You might hear things you don't like. But if you want to be told and, spoon-fed, what Caroline Levitt gives you, there are plenty of people that get 0.3 shares.
Oh, boy.
That are only alive because they have 2 advertisers that are their nephews. Okay? You can go listen to them, dude. It's no skin off my back. I've got awards at home in every market that I've dominated. So nothing you say is going to change the way I go about preparing for a show, ever.
Sounded like stalker.
All right, little man.
Wow.
And put a face on your picture on your.
Well, I just read that he said I'm gut turning because I'm arrogant.
Yeah, I couldn't even comprehend what that means. What's gut turning?
Hey,
by the way, my
Greg
gut
is-
doesn't turn the way it used to. It's getting kind of big here.
As the gut turns. No,
Hey, Chris, if you don't like it, turn the radio off.
Stop with Chris. It's not personal. Here's the thing. The truth is that where Trump is correct is that if you look at the economic data, and there's more to come out today.
Yep.
I had the lovely Maria Bartiromo on yesterday. What a sweetheart. And just talking about the economy, talking about peace and prosperity, talking about everything that's being teed up. Every day when I wake up, I say a prayer and I thank God that President Donald J. Trump is the president. That's perspective.
You do?
I do. I thank God that Trump is president. I believe he
you
is.
do?
What?
You do? You do this personally? You?
Yes, that's
okay.
what I said.
Okay, all right. No, I didn't understand. Okay, just wondering.
I do. I believe that he is a game changer of a president in our lives. And a moment ago, Nick, you said what impacts us. So overall, when you look at the big picture, and we go back to January 20th, you know what I mean? When we were all at the NAC, the Newtown Athletic Center, think of all the changes that have happened.
Yeah.
And you think, thank God.
Oh, yeah. And the amount of things that he has put in motion and or accomplished in 6 months, and it's not like he's had some misses, right? He said he was going to have peace with Russia, Ukraine. 6 months later, we don't have that. But he's had a lot of successes on the economy, the border. You go down the list. It's been a very effective first 6 months, and we can't even talk. I mean, think about how I felt yesterday. I'm trying to make some healthy 93% lean ground turkey. I haven't seen my mother-in-law in 48 hours. First thing I'm thinking, oh, here she comes. You think she's going to mention how good the economy is and how the PPI looks and the CPI? Nope. How about your boy, right? So I'm with you. Like, I don't want to hear about this either. But again, this is the administration's own undoing. Think about this.
It's not an undoing.
Oh, it
though.
absolutely.
That's
It
my
definitely
point.
is. And no, it's not going to. It's not
is
going to
it-
define their.
right.
It's not going to define them.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
But like 2 months ago, or whenever Bondi first made that comment, whatever the initial thing was that started this firestorm,
In February.
was Epstein on any of our minds? It wasn't on mine. Think about all the things. Remember, back in February, what were we talking about? Doge, big balls, spending, transgender monkeys getting $2 billion in Somalia. Like, we weren't, Epstein was like 17th on the list. And it took one lady. And so when Chris says you're on your Bondi rant again, yeah, I'm on my Bondi rant again. And I know two things can be true. She can be the scapegoat and the low-hanging fruit, but it's her words that created this. That's her fault. That ain't my fault, Chris.
Well, the things that you guys are obsessed with, Chris.
I love Chris.
The things that are true are, you think about this energy summit that just happened here in Pennsylvania, and Trump announced all of these major wins. You think about it, nearly $100 billion. That's another one on top of that summit he held in the Middle East, which was unprecedented. Everything Trump has done is unprecedented. So look at the big picture, and I go to my dad, 90 years young, and probably, like so healthy and all of that. But my dad says, Dawn Ellen, President Trump, greatest president of our time. Look, in my dad's perspective of growing up as a kid, in post-war, where they had like an orange. You know what I mean? His dad dies. They're poor. My gram works in a factory. I mean, so the people with perspective look at Trump and they say, my God, there's never been a president like this in our nation, and certainly in the last 100 years, whatever. And so I'm sure that it's frustrating for Trump to see his own people obsess over this. So that's, I think, when he says, hey, if you think that this defines this administration, if you think this is bringing down this administration or slowing down this administration, well, that would be stupid. So all of these things can be true. We want promises made.
Yes.
Right? We want the accountability.
That's the sad thing is in today's society, people can't accept that there's, multiple layers to things and multiple things can be true simultaneously because we live in this hot take media world and this clickbait social media world where it's all or nothing. You're either on this side or you're on that side, and there can be no nuance and no, shades of gray. It's black or it's white, right? It's just so ridiculous.
And as far as the pedophile issue, Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Okay, and anything associated with this, those girls are now in their 40s and 50s. So there's nothing active. The only pedophile true issue that's happening in our country that we should be concerned about are those pedophiles that are here, either in the human trafficking, the child trafficking, 300,000+ children missing who were trafficked and brought into the country. The Tom Homans of the world trying to track down these missing children. That's the concern about pedophiles. The Democrats are responsible, I feel, when we think about what was the movie Sound of Freedom, when we all talked about that movie and the peddling of these pedophiles and the enabling of this and all the terrorists that have come into this country that continue to be rounded up and found. So does this define President Trump today? tomorrow,
No.
last week, this week? Absolutely
No.
not.
And I said that in a big take
Yes,
earlier
you did.
this week. Yeah.
You did.
Right.
So I think for us, for me, am I disappointed that we don't have like closure on Pam Bondi's promise? Yeah. Yeah, I'm
actually-
I'm disappointed, but it's not in the scheme of things.
Sure.
Do you know?
Yes.
It's not like defining Trump and all of his huge
pedophilia.
successes.
That's, we can just move past that.
No, I'm not moving past. No, I'm not moving past it, Greg. This story was buried when they cut that sweetheart deal 20 years ago. That's the truth.
Well, I'm mystified at just how silent and complicit so many people are. If this thing is as bad as we are led to believe, and I do think it is bad, we've had no leaks, right? I mean, Virginia Jeffrey committed suicide, dead. Ghislaine Maxwell in a prison, not a word, right? And not one of these now 40 or 50-year-old females has come forward. Were they bought and paid off? Were they intimidated, threatened? And then also,
what do you mean none of them have come forward?
Publicly.
Only a few.
And revealed any of the details.
Virginia Gouffre, or I'm not positive how to say her married name, she was the poster child of this.
Yeah.
And her family has said that she committed suicide just this past spring in Australia. And so she's dead. And then there were like 2 or 3 other women who spoke out. Remember the sisters? There were 2 sisters who spoke out.
Mm-hmm.
Not many others have, to my knowledge, come forward.
And think about it. If there were people in Hollywood that were doing this as well, as a lot of us tend to believe, because look at the Diddy situation. There's a lot of disgusting things in Hollywood. Not one person has leaked out the names of maybe somebody that they have a beef with. So, Wayne, actor A doesn't like actor B, but actor A knows that actor B was on Epstein Island. That didn't get leaked to the New York. I mean, everybody is just zipped up and buttoned up on this. That in this day and age of leaks and weasels and moles. That is astonishing. I don't know. Maybe the list doesn't exist then. I'm almost talking myself into maybe this thing isn't as, maybe the conspiracy theorists are wrong on this one. I have no idea what to think anymore.
So, Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in jail for what?
Well, that's the other thing. You don't go for child trafficking. That was the guilty verdict, right?
Okay, yeah. So, children need to have been trafficked, and people men need to have partaken.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So, theoretically.
And if she's in a cell by herself, she's protected, right? Why doesn't she speak? Why is Congress not getting?
She wants to, I think.
Well, Comer, somebody penned a letter yesterday about wanting her to take the stand and testify.
Yeah, they've tried to push that through.
Be very interesting to see who votes no against that.
But I think the question was, what happened to the tapes that Epstein allegedly had on Epstein Island? And there were reportedly multiple cameras in each room recording. And so presumably then when the raid happened, when the feds raided and seized that facility, where are the tapes? And so if the tapes themselves, and that's one thing that Dershowitz has talked a lot about.
Mm-hmm.
He has said that he saw some of this evidence. Now, does it make sense that Epstein he didn't have like a list like I have on the fridge? Like, boys, while I'm at work, get up early.
Yeah, it's not a grocery list.
Do you know what I mean? And do this, do that. If you could vacuum, it'd be nice. But I don't think there's a list like that. But certainly, if you seize videotapes that you're capturing freaky deaky people,
you can compile it yourself,
right? You could do now. You could do facial recognition stuff, and you could put together who are the so-called Johns.
Let's hear from a former Epstein lawyer, David Schoen. This is cut 10, Phil. He was on News Nation discussing this the other night. Roll this.
I don't believe for a second that there's a client list out there. That wasn't Jeffrey Epstein. Despite all of these rumors and stories and so on, he had no plan for blackmail. When I met with him 9 days before his trial and he asked me to take over the defense of his case, we talked about strategy. You can believe that he had every incentive to come forward with names of rich and famous who were involved in this case. The danger of everybody ought to be in favor of transparency. The reason Judge Berman and others have kept some of the files private, and Alan Dershowitz is exactly right, that was a terrific interview, is because once you put the names out there, we've seen this already with the Black Book and so on, You put the names out there, and the fact that he knew Bill Richardson, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, etc., doesn't mean that they did nefarious, illegal conduct with him. But people start drawing rumors and making claims. Also, the accusers demanded a certain level of privacy. And so the judge balanced that when the parties were before him, and that's why he kept some of those files private. I don't believe for a second that Pam Bondi or anybody in the administration has a client list that they're withholding. I know that people want to see it. There's a certain prurient interest in all of these things. It's tantalizing. But I don't think that information is out there.
Again, I am absolutely fine with protecting the accusers. We've established that 27,000 times. I also understand just because, and I know we all think that Bill Clinton was on the island and doing these nefarious activities, but again, just putting out these salacious names, then all of a sudden they get thrown into the mud with the real heinous activities. Again, one doesn't necessarily mean that the other is true. And Richard Notaro says on Twitter, there were 4 women who testified against Ghislaine Maxwell and the abuse they received from both her and Epstein. That's fine, but my point is we haven't heard any of the victims drop any names other than Epstein. So if these names exist, what I'm saying is over the years, nobody's leaked them.
Hang on. We did.
Who did?
We did. I mean, a woman accused Alan Dershowitz. A woman accused Trump. But they all recanted their testimony.
And the Dershowitz one, if I recall, was, it looked like Dershowitz, but it's another guy that...
It's another freaky little guy.
Yeah. And there was a woman named who used the alias Katie Johnson who accused Trump of doing creepy things when she was 13.
On the island?
But then she took it back.
Interesting.
So yes, there have been a lot of stuff. There is a lot of stuff out there. Deciphering from what's true and not, I don't know.
Right.
Now, as far as Ghislaine Maxwell, her family just spoke out yesterday, and they say, because remember, she's still in the process of doing appeals for her 20-year federal conviction, so she'd be in her mid-80s when she gets out of federal prison, and she's in a federal prison in Florida, in Tallahassee. So her family was speaking out yesterday, saying that she did not get a fair trial, and they're calling for a new trial. They're making all this is all surrounding her appeal process. So she's in the appeals process.
855-839-1210. Let's slip a call in here before we go to other things on the cut sheet, not Epstein related. We have Beth in Fort Washington. Beth, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
I just wanted to say, you guys are great. And Dawn, everything you say makes so much sense, except for the fact that he could do all that without trashing his face. He could say, I stand behind Patel and Bondi and Bongino and the investigation they did, and let's move on and concentrate on what we've done with the work we still have to do. Without trashing us, he could distance himself.
You're right.
To me, it's Beth, you bring up an interesting point. He's ripped us more than he's ripped Bongino, Patel, and Bondi, at least publicly.
What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean,
what does that tell you?
I mean, if I'm Trump, this is just me. If I'm Trump, I mean, I'm having this conversation with Pam Bondi, and I'm saying,
read between the lines, guys. Read between the lines. Sorry.
I'm saying, listen up, lady. I'm getting things done here, and you're overcooking my grits. You know what I'm saying? Enough. This is where I think you got to rein in people. Like Hegseth for a while. Hegseth was a walking disaster. Mike Waltz with the Signal app thing, right? And which is weird because they moved on from Gates. They moved on from Waltz. Why would you not move on from Pam Bondi? What a replaceable piece in the system.
This is one of the victims that spoke out. I don't remember when this was from. I think this was from 2023. This is one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims speaking out after the Ghislaine Maxwell sentencing. Roll this.
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison for what she, Jeffrey, and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And I was not the only girl on that island. There was a constant stream of girls being raped over and over and over again. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison because I've been in hell and back for the last 17 years.
And 27 for me.
I was 10 years old when Liz Stein was being trafficked. I was 10. That is how long the sex trafficking ring has been going on.
So let's put faces and voices and names and descriptions with this when everybody's like, oh, we need to move on. Like, just remember there were victims here.
Yeah.
There were victims here.
And her name was Sarah Ransom, I believe, the screen said.
Yep.
Just, I mean, just how disgusting that is. And
So
you don't have to be a father to, like, be enraged, but, I mean, she started being raped at 10.
So let me ask...
My twins are 10 years old.
So let me ask you guys a question. Yes. Let me ask you guys a question. What's the hoax?
Well, that's the other thing that agitates me. I mean...
What's the hoax?
Then, yes, explain what the hoax is. I mean, Russia was a hoax. I get it. A made-up story. A hoax. Fictitious. This is not fictitious. The acts, certainly not. The victims, definitely not. The list, okay. Or maybe there's, like Dawn said, it's not like a to-do list for David and Michael, right? But, I mean, when you grab the video and all the surveillance and you comb through all the evidence, well, all you have to do is pull out a notepad or pull up a Microsoft Word document and start typing in the names of these nefarious individuals, the ones that we're all apparently dying to find out. What? And I'm, again, just throwing the names out that have been speculated, no evidence to confirm it. Was it Bill Clinton? Was it Bill Gates? Was it Stephen King? Stephen Hawking? Leonardo DiCaprio? All these names that are on these, fake social media lists, then you can have a list. But yeah, to Dawn's point and other people's points, it's not like he was just walking around with like a flip pad next to his phone where he's got a list of 34 of the biggest celebrities and politicians that he's going to blackmail. If he did, that's another level of arrogance, thinking you're never going to get caught for it, right?
Yeah, I think the hoax that he's talking about is if you're distracted about this and because some people are on social media just obsessed over this whole thing, which I'm really not obsessed over it.
Right, neither am I. I'm talking about it because I would be derelict in my job if I didn't bring this up.
Well, Nick, you did the big take because he just put this huge, long Truth Social. He's the one who posted this, and we're reacting to it this
I did
morning,
the big take on a different subject this morning on education.
On education.
Right, because that's a big story too.
And that was your plan, and then you were kind of forced, right, to incorporate this whole thing because, So anyway, I just think that the hoax or the scam is if you get played by the fact that the Democrats have nothing else to go on, so they're obsessing over this and trying to define Trump by this, and they're trying to snuff out all the other good that he's doing in the meantime. So, look, I think sooner rather than later, there's going to be a whistleblower, and we're going to find out what's what. That's what I truly think. The fact that Manhattan office where the judge is, that Dersh has been talking about it, that's where the evidence is. That's where the videotapes are. That's, you know what I mean? So whatever this is, it's going to come out.
Well, what I think and I said this earlier, why he and how he's misreading their room, this was, remember, the Democrats and the media, they didn't jump on this until the last couple of days. They were very silent. I gave you the Media Research Center numbers. ABC, CBS, and NBC had covered the Epstein stuff on the national news for a total of 9 minutes over the course of 3 networks in 2 days. They were not talking about it a ton. Democrats, very quiet, right? You didn't hear Nancy Pelosi, you didn't hear Hakeem Jeffries until Swalwell spoke up. But they started speaking up after Trump started talking about it obsessively and posting about it obsessively. But this story actually started, yes, you can blame Bondi, but his own base was the one drumming it up, right? We've seen this divide, this MAGA social media influencer divide over whether it's, remember Charlie Kirk? Well, I'm not talking about it anymore. Trump called me.
Now, Charlie...
And then he pivoted
Charlie
back to it.
says that didn't happen. Charlie says he was talking about it on multiple shows, and Charlie put out a big thing, and he said that that's fake news.
It was on his Twitter feed. I mean...
He put out he rebroadcasted part of what he said that he never said that.
Well, then you have guys like Sean Farish who are big Trump supporters. Mm-hmm. And even he wants to see, Trump handle this Epstein thing better. And then his own followers tweeting him, I'm unfollowing you. Like, why? Because he has an opinion that you disagree with? Okay, man.
What do you guys think about a special counsel for the Epstein files?
Yeah, those never really go anywhere.
Trump was asked about that. You can comment after after I play this. This is what number is this here, Phil? Sorry about that.
Well, we had special counsels with Robert Hur, right? Joe Biden. A lot of revelations, but very little action after it.
Oh my God! There's so much stuff here.
You have the New Testament printed out over
Jeremy
there.
Burke, that's just dirty.
What do you say?
I can't.
You got to clean it up.
I know.
Yeah, the special counsels. You know what they are? They're an extension of the circus from congressional testimony. It's just more theater to keep us, at each other's throats.
Well, if they don't have if they cannot release under the order of these judges in the courts, and they don't have access to these videos,
17, Phil.
Then how do you compile the list?
Yeah.
So how does that help?
Roll this.
President Trump, would you consider appointing a special counsel to investigate the Jeffrey Epstein investigation?
I have nothing to do with it.
He has nothing to do with it. All right. Well, he also said, too, and this is another layer to this. See, there's so many different angles to this. He has said multiple times that he would be on board with releasing info that is credible. Well, who's the arbiter of credibility?
Him,
right?
Apparently.
Is it him? Is it Bondi? Is it Bongino? Is it the other people in his agencies that investigate this type of stuff? Because I would imagine whatever's in the file, for the most part, is credible, right? Other than stuff that maybe was under a deposition or testimony that was deemed inadmissible or not credible. I guess that could still be in the file, in theory. But, the stuff that we want, I mean, if it is credible, it should be released. He's put himself in such an odd position that you go round and round and then your head explodes. And that's where I'm at. Why don't we go to Shane Gillis and the ESPYs? I'm all trumped out.
We will go to Shane Gillis and the ESPYs, but I wanted to get Jimmy Fallon's take on it, since he's a
comedian,
since he's a comedy guy. So I thought that would be
that makes sense.
I thought that would be better. That's why we're doing Epstein.
And by the way, kudos to ESPN, which I never say.
Yeah.
For bringing on a guy that doesn't give a damn. I did not expect him to be in that setting for a guy that died from cancer, Jim Valvano, and for him to be going top rope Epstein jokes. Legendary performance.
Can we move to 24 here, because Utah is preparing for something that I am all for. 24, Phil.
Shortly after midnight on September 5th, Menzies will be strapped to this chair and face a firing squad.
Yeah!
Elaborate, the weapons are 30 caliber weapons.
UDC Executive Director Jared Garcia says the department is now tasked with assembling that team, which would consist of 8 members who are post-certified law enforcement in Utah.
We definitely will want to make sure that there are people that are, first of all, mentally prepared to participate in this type of assignment. As you can imagine, it shouldn't be taken lightly.
While UDC was unable to elaborate on that recruiting process, they did detail the makeup of that team. There will be 1 team leader, 5 members who will actually open fire, 1 of those members would shoot a blank, and 2 alternates would be on standby.
The logistics are just a little bit different on how we locate firing squad members. We're just getting started with that.
Firing squad.
Well,
Amen.
if Utah needs any help, I've found somebody. I've located somebody. He's about 7 yards on the other side of the glass from me. I could see Stalker being in there with a big musket.
I love this. Absolutely. I don't know
what you wouldn't know. You would not know if you have the real bullet or the blank.
No, I don't need that. I'm fine with that on my conscience. Just give me a machine gun. I'll take him out myself. I don't need a bunch of other people like, ooh, who shot? No, I'm volunteering.
Yeah,
I will kill somebody like that. Absolutely, no problem.
I've always wondered why they just don't do it with everybody with real bullets or just one person with the real bullet. Why do we have additional Fugazi guns in there? Is it to keep the suspect?
No, it's
guessing.
It's so nobody has it on their conscience that that I was the one who took him out.
So those individuals have no idea who's got the fake. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm all for it. I am. I'm for that. The electric chair, lethal injection, feed people to sharks, whatever.
Death by gator.
Death by gator. Death by big mosquito.
Yeah, Dawn's in the YouTube chat agreeing with the trolls saying that you guys talk about Epstein too much. Okay, if this was Biden do this, we'd be doing 18 hours on it. So spare me the. Oh, move on. What? Because your boy is like, stop.
I got sick. I did get sick of the Biden is an incompetent idiot talk. I did. I mean,
I'm just wondering, from the people out there that are tired of the Epstein talk, how about you put the show sheet together moving forward? What do you got, homie? What else you got? What do you want to talk about? Huh?
Oh, we could talk about how the Dems are in disarray, though, because
I've done that.
That'll get everybody. Yeah, tune back in now. Here's Harry Enton saying that the Dems are way behind their 2006 and 2018 pace on the generic ballot.
This should pep up the YouTube crowd.
Oh, here we go. Everybody can just say, yeah, this is what we need to hear. Roll it.
The bottom line is this. Democrats are behind their 2006 and 2018 paces when it comes to the generic congressional ballot. What are we talking about here? All right, the Democrats versus the Republicans on the generic congressional ballot, the margins. Look at where we are now. Democrats are ahead, but by just 2 points. Look at where Democrats were already ahead by in 2017. They were behind by 7 points. How about 2005 on the generic congressional ballot? Ahead by 7 points, and now they're only ahead by 2 points. Their lead is less than half of where it was in either 2017 or 2005 in July of those years, the year before the midterm election. Yes, Donald Trump may be unpopular, but Democrats have not come anywhere close to sealing the deal at this particular point.
Yeah, wave looks very different.
Yes.
All right, this is the generic ballot test. This is when you test people in a generic question. Of course, the House races aren't generic. There are 435 of them. What happens when you go race by race?
What happens when you go race by race? Well, it's the same idea. Okay, House seat ratings with the GOP president, like back in 2005 and, of course, 2017. More net pickup seat chances. Well, last time around, look at that. Democrats were ahead by 33 seats. How about in 2005? Democrats were ahead by 7 seats. What's going on right now? It's actually Republicans. Republicans with more net pickup chances at plus 12, according to the Cook Political Report, when you add in the likelies, the leans, and the toss-up races. So it's not just on the generic ballot where Democrats are behind their 2017 and 2005 pace. It's actually when it comes seat by seat, you see that, at least at this particular point, Republicans actually have more net pickup opportunities. This doesn't look anything like those wave elections back in 2006 or 2008.
If it doesn't look anything like those years, what does it look like?
Okay, so what does it look like? Well, let's take a look back at the generic congressional ballot. What was going on in Ipsos in October of 2024? Democrats were ahead by 2 points. Look at where we are now. Democrats ahead by 2 points among registered voters. At this particular point, this election cycle looks a lot more like 2024 than it does than either 2018 or 2006. And so, of course, Republicans actually held onto the House back in 2024. Will it happen this time around? We'll just have to wait and see. But for anyone who's writing the Republican House's political obituaries, hold the phone. This is a reality check. Republicans are still very much in the game.
Harriet, and that'll be quite a reality check, I think, for a lot of Democratic voters.
Yeah.
Harry Enton, the only guy that actually has to do stretching and aerobics pre-TV hit for all the movement he does, or else he would tear a tricep and blow his hamstring out. Remarkable. And that's what my mother-in-law brought this up yesterday. She goes, and I don't even think we're in a good position on the Democrat side. We're an unmitigated disaster as well. And I'm like, yeah. And I saw this clip on the cut sheet, and I kind of quoted some of the numbers. I said, you should just worry about your own side right now, because you're not gaining any ground whatsoever across any of the seats that are up. When we talk about the 2025 midterms coming up this fall, 2 governors' races, Virginia looks like it'll go Democrat. New Jersey's pretty close. We'll see about that. Obviously, you have the mayoral race in New York. But I told my mother-in-law, I said, if you think your answer is outright socialist candidates, you guys are toast. And she's like, oh, well, there's always been socialist programs in this country, Medicare, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay. But if you think you're going to roll with guys like Mamdani across the board, I think you're sadly mistaken.
Speaking of that, 29 here, Phil, the Democrats praise Zoran Mamdani. during a DC visit because he's visiting with all the DC elites. This is a little montage put together by Fox News.
I think he's a very personable, smart young man.
It's just beautiful to have someone who is so authentic. Money cannot buy that.
Zoran Mamdani is an incredible talent. It's hard not to be won over.
You have AOC and Zahran. That's a winning combo.
This guy is not a communist. He's not a socialist. He's an advocate for small C capitalism.
He's such a socialist that even Kathy Hochul is offended by his tax the rich plan. I don't know if people saw that headline. She's triggered by him because he's even further left than she is. But I forgot. I don't even know who that was. That was probably just a resident. He's authentic. He lied about his ethnicity and race to get into Columbia. Seriously? He's authentic? There's nothing authentic about the Democrats. They change their religion, their accent, their race, their gender if it means getting into a certain club or fraternity. They're the peak definition of frauds. Jasmine Crockett one day, AOC the next, Kamala.
Dawn, talk to us about Kitchen Magic.
Kitchen Magic, want a little magic in your life? Well, if you're heading to the shore this summer and maybe dreaming about upgrading your home, my friends at Kitchen Magic can really help you fall in love with your kitchen again. They're local. They're family-owned, Pennsylvania-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget, on time. Enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't put this off. Get started today. KitchenMagic.com. You can always call them, 1-800-237-0799. That's 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979. KitchenMagic.com. What are you waiting for? Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro.
Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year. And fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free. That's philo.tv.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Kayal and Company, 8:37 as we continue. It is a Thursday morning, which means only one thing.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
That's right. Jimmy Fela is back with us again. as we approach August 9th when he returns to Pottstown in Soul Joel's, Montgomery County. What's up, Jimmy?
I'm great, but I was just informed we had a VIP list for the show, but I was just informed that Trump's not going to release the list. Pam Bondi said it's a no-go. She had given out binders, and now she's taking them back. I don't know. Good to be here, Nick.
Good to be here. Great to have you back. Yeah, I heard that some of your material that you're working on is actually on Pam Bondi's desk. Is that true?
Yo, could you imagine Pam Bondi right now? Do you know, it's a funny story. I met her in New York. I might have been half in the bag and thought she was Monica Crowley. I'm not kidding. And I genuinely love Monica Crowley. Like, I've known her at Fox forever. And I met Bondi one night and I was smashed. And I was like, my opening line to her, I go, oh, I can't believe they're letting you back into Del Frisco's after that happy hour party we went to. And she had no idea who I was talking about. It was so great. So
it's amazing.
I'm probably, if the list comes out, she probably put me on it as payback.
Well, let's get down to business. I know we've got a lot of good stuff that we're going to get your reaction to as the cut sheet continues.
Yeah, let's do, Jimmy, I don't know if you saw this, on the Michelle Obama, Craig Robinson podcast, her special guest was Barack Obama. Barack Obama.
Barry and Big Mike chopping it up.
Let's start here with, apparently they're putting all the rumors to rest that there's any issue with their marriage. Let's start here with cut 20, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Someone near and dear.
This is the episode that everyone's been waiting for.
Couldn't sleep.
With bated breath, because we have my brother-in-law, your husband,
my man,
the former president of the United States.
He made time in his busy schedule
he's
to
just
come on
so
IMO.
busy.
We are just so grateful. We have the former president of the United States. We are honored.
Oh boy, this is painful.
Barack Obama join us.
Barack Obama, can you join us?
Come on out here, brother.
Welcome to IMO. Look at you.
Get over here, boo.
Wait, you guys like each other?
Oh yeah, really? Huh?
That's so
the
nice.
rumor mill. It's my husband, y'all.
She took me back.
Now don't start.
I can't.
It was touch and go for a while.
It's so nice to have you both in the same room
I
together.
I know.
Well, that just confirms that Barry, they're probably really divorced.
Yeah. Well, my favorite part of that video is if you squint, you can see Jennifer Aniston in a thong out by the pool. Hanging out in the back.
I mean,
I gotta tell you, we all feel the same way that was too performative. It's like the closeted gay rapper records an anthem to Booby. Like, hey, wait a minute, what if Cisco didn't like thongs at all? Hold on a second here, because I met Cisco and he was like, "Oh my God, I love comedy. It's really nice to meet you." And I was like, "Oh, I see. You know what's gonna kill them for real? If their marriage wasn't on the rocks and we've all just been recklessly speculating, it is now. And you want to know why? Because sitting down in a room with her and her brother, it is inescapable how much they've grown to look like each other. It looks like one of those scenes in the Nutty Professor where Eddie Murphy plays every character. And that's who Michelle Obama's brother is. He's Eddie Murphy. And Barack just realized he's also playing the wife. He's also playing the brother-in-law. He's also playing the mom. It's not good, man.
No.
This doesn't end well.
No, it's not
Be
good.
going Hercules.
And you're so right too. Like all the forced charades. You know what that entry reminded me of? It reminds me of the phone call that Kamala made. Remember the phone call during the election with was that Tim Walz?
Yes.
Oh,
yep. Michelle Obama goes on here about how putting all the rumors to rest. Cut 21, Phil.
There hasn't been one moment in our marriage where I thought about quitting. My man. And we've had some really hard times, but we have had a lot of fun times, a lot of adventures, and I have become a better person because of the man I'm married to.
Okay, don't make me cry now. Right at the beginning of the show.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
Don't let me start tearing up now.
And welcome to IMO.
Welcome to IMO.
So what is that code switching that Barack is doing? I'm trying to, what is it, code speak?
No, he's trying host switching. Is what he's
well, yeah.
But you want to know something? That's called getting ahead of the story. That means people around them really do know they were on the rocks pretty hardcore.
Yep.
And it's inevitable that we're going to know that. So they came out ahead of the story. This is like that's a real crisis management team right there, what you just watched in real time. And the acting is so bad. Like that whole Obama, like, don't make me well up. I haven't seen that fake sincerity out of him since he endorsed Kamala. Do you remember when like everyone was endorsing Kamala over Zoom? They didn't even have the energy to show up to a rally. Like, all right, I'll endorse you if I can do it in sweats.
Or no pants.
Yeah. So that's the.
Is that all we have of that?
The big get. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the big get. Why did you want to?
No, I just if there's 9 people on YouTube not happy that we're playing, I just don't want to piss those people off.
By the way, last night, Philadelphia's own Shane Gillis hosted the ESPY Awards. We saved this. We've been Nick and I and Dawn have been chomping at the bit, Jimmy, to get to some of this since 6 a.m. But we wanted to wait for you. Actually, Phil, I'm going to play because ABC will. They're going to yell at us if we play video clips. So I'm just going to play some of the audio, some of the best jokes from last night. Shane Gillis at the ESPYs last night.
Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died.
Not bad. Solid.
All right. You don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that.
It's amazing.
Jimmy, what do you do in a setting when you know the joke is great for those who get it and for those that don't have thin skin, but the audience is kind of like on eggshells because they're babies?
Here it is. If you're a good comic, you do not read the room. You lead the room. You're the only guy with a microphone. You barrel forward in whatever direction you want to take them.
Yes.
And you know how he acknowledged some of the milder reactions that didn't quite get the joke? That's just textbook stuff. Yeah, you can make fun of the fact that the joke wasn't perfect in the room, but true leadership is that you're not about to change your set. As somebody who had too many Prosecco's in the meet and greet, decided you shouldn't be telling jokes about January 6th or whatever the hell it was.
Yes.
So, honestly, A+ monologue for Gillis. That would be a B+ on Fox News Saturday night.
I love it. I love it.
Straight up, like I was watching it. I love it. I love him. I think he's great.
Yeah.
But if you were to go back, anybody watching right now, go watch last Saturday, go watch the Saturday before it. What I'm doing on TV, I'm obviously not as famous as some of these people right now, but I'm doing pretty good just the same.
Yeah.
But we tell probably 12 jokes a week we should get fired for.
Good.
I'm not even kidding. Yes. They're there. They happen. And there's a lot, like Shane Gillis, to be clear, could also be writing far edgier jokes than the ones they're reacting to. That's his attempt to make peace in that room because he's a super capable comic. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And he is, like I said, he's leading the room mindful of the fact that if you were to read it, okay, they're not going to be on board with a lot of the stuff he's doing. So good on him. Good on him.
Well, and that's what I said earlier as we were teasing this when you came on with us today. I'm actually, and I rip ESPN for all their left-wing stuff that they do. I'm actually surprised that ESPN and ABC would have him on knowing he's probably going to go down this road because Disney, they want to avoid that type of stuff, right?
For sure, but he's been co-signed by corporate America. He's like a Bud Light pitch man.
Yes.
He's in Peyton Manning commercials and stuff like that. He's got a Netflix deal.
So he's no longer toxic.
There's a stamp of safety.
Yep.
Like to be clear, like I'm not kidding. If say you took somebody like me who comes over from a completely different world, I come from Fox News. If they booked me to host this show and the first joke offended one person, they would actually live execute whoever hired me right there on stage in front of everybody because you don't have that corporate cosigner.
Yep.
So Gillis is safe even if the jokes weren't.
Yep.
So it ain't a big deal. It's like there's a couple of people out there like him, Nate Bargatze, John Mulaney could actually do just about any joke they want. They might not get invited back, but nobody would lose their job. Okay, if I showed up and I was wearing like a pink jacket, they'd think I was mocking gay people. They'd have a ritual crying ceremony, and someone would die.
That is such a great explanation of comedy. There's a point where the quote unquote edgy comedians who are like unafraid to say anything get the stamp of approval, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, look, we're the ESPYs, we're not afraid to go edgy, we're gonna bring Shane Gillis in.
Right.
But to Jimmy's point, for somebody like him or other comedians, like, guys that you have with you on Saturday night, might not fit that criteria, even though you're just as funny.
Well, go ahead, Dawn.
All I could think of was, does Jimmy have a stamp of safety? And if so, where is it?
It's his tramp stamp.
Hey, girl. It is. It's a tramp stamp. And, no, the point is, there are those circles do exist for me, but they're a little bit more right wing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Slightly more. Like big corporate America isn't there yet, but it's probably going to get there because I mean it. Like we're killing. Like we're on a Saturday night ratings wise, we're beating the weeknight shows.
Wow.
Okay, we're on Saturday, so Gutfeld's still beating us, which is fine. We'll take the mantle of being the funnier show. He could be more popular at the moment, but that's fine. But it's coming. Like it is. It's an inevitability, and we understand this moment. They're trying to, and what I mean by that is the ESPYs, ABC, they realize the people have spoken, and they don't want comedy to be taken so seriously, and they want things with a little more of an edge. Mm-hmm. That being said, when you're in a giant mixed environment like the ESPYs, not everybody in the room has caught up to the zeitgeist. So what happened last night is he told a lot of really good jokes. Most people just genuinely reacted to a comedian's jokes, meaning you laugh or you don't. Comedy's supposed to be treated like a buffet. You know how if you're at the buffet, you see an item you like, you throw it on the tray. Yeah. But if you see an item you don't like, you're not supposed to hold up the line and scream at the chef. You're supposed to keep walking and pick up the next set of tongs when you see an item you like again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No,
Most
exactly
people
right.
in that room knew that. Mm-hmm. There are some people who did the old look to their right or their left and make sure there was nobody that could be the target of that joke before they laughed.
Yeah.
And that's not real comedy. And you know what? But I give them credit because they're trying to inch the ball forward in that direction. So they get points for trying in my book.
Well, and you give a great explanation with Bud Light, specifically with Shane Gillis. Think about it. 2 years ago, it was Dylan Mulvaney. They've gone from Dylan Mulvaney to Shane Gillis. So if you're somebody at ABC or Disney and you're like, well, I mean, Bud Light has gone from A to Z in 2 years, it almost green lights their decision and makes it easier to explain it to their overlords.
Yeah, for sure. And they learned a painful lesson. Like with the Dylan Mulvaney thing, this is not what people meant when they asked the bartender for a beer with some nuts.
A little bit more from Shane Gillis last night.
Joe Rogan actually wanted me to be here to host this award show so that I could capture Adam Silver because Joe thinks he's an alien. And Donald Trump wanted me to be here to capture Juan Soto for the same reason. It's an alien joke. Wait, who booed up there, dude? Shut
up. Again, solid joke.
Yep.
See, probably wouldn't make the monologue on Fox News Saturday night, but good. And no, I love him. I think he's really good. I thought that was another good, like, in the moment joke. Can I tell you my Adam Silver story in 2 sentences?
Yeah.
So I went to a restaurant in Manhattan called Rayo's that I can't get into myself. It's very exclusive. It's the oldest restaurant in the city. It's considered the most exclusive restaurant in the world because they only have 10 tables. On the night I went, Cher was there and Adam Silver was there. But as luck would have it, it's a really Italian place. So everybody was like a Fox mega fan. And me showing up to this 10-table restaurant full of Italians was a big deal to them. And I took a picture with physically everybody there. And when I got to Adam Silver's table, he goes, "Who are you, by the way?" I go, "I host the show on Fox News." And he goes, "Oh, congratulations," and just walked right away. Oh my God. Didn't shake my hands, didn't say his name. It's just like, so back to that point of corporate America not co-signing everything I do. Adam Silver, who looks like a talking shaved scrotum,
Yes.
decided he couldn't be seen next to me.
Yep.
I'm like, dude, you look like a towel just fell off in a men's locker room in a gym.
You're
Come
right.
on.
And for those who don't know, Adam Silver is the commissioner of the NBA, and as Jimmy's saying, he looks like literally like all the blood has been drained from his body.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Shane Gillis let his Philadelphia fandom, his Eagles fandom show last night.
Let's go.
The Eagles are up for best team. Go Birds. Yep. And I bet you guys think, as an Eagles fan, that I'm going to trash all the other nominees, but far from it. I'm going to celebrate them. I think this race is wide open. It definitely is not obvious who the best team was this year. One of the nominees for best team is the Dallas Cowboys. No, I'm joking. Obviously, Dallas sucks. Go Birds. Obviously not here. Only real teams are up for best team. Like Ohio State football, who won the national championship but lost to Michigan. Michigan, who didn't cheat this time. Beat them fair and square. Yeah, are we ever going to hold accountable? Yeah, whatever. They're allowed to cheat. No repercussions. Also, UConn women, they could also win best team. UConn women, they played against pros, right, who were on the verge of a Super Bowl dynasty. No, never mind. That was the Eagles. Go Birds. Or the Florida Panthers, who won back-to-back, like the Chiefs, who everyone thought was unstoppable until the Eagles absolutely destroyed them. Go Birds.
Come on.
And the New York Liberty.
I love
New York,
that.
they're from a classy town in the Northeast where they invented America. Oh, wait, that's also Philadelphia. Go Birds. Though it was nice to see a basketball team from New York win something.
That's fantastic. I love it.
So, I would just say.
That's amazing.
It is.
It may only be cool for this audience, but I mean, you know.
Yes.
No, but if you appreciate comedy, it's still it's funny, you know?
Yeah.
And it's all supposed to be. The one thing that this is what went sideways for the world, okay? When social media became a thing and every single occurrence on Earth required us to take a side, good or bad.
Yep.
It inevitably led to comedy, and we went and we started to take something seriously that's literally called joking around. Like, I'm kidding. That's the phrase. Like, you're kidding. You're a clown. Like, people are taking us seriously. We entered a profession where we get paid in drink tickets for 5 years. It's like we did not sign up for any level of societal scrutiny. And that's why we're kind of course correcting. And listen, it's weird because I know this guy who actually wrote a New York Times bestseller called Cancel Culture Dictionary. And the more I think about it, the more I think that guy, Jimmy Fallon, was brilliant.
I think he was brilliant, yeah.
That guy, I mean it. Cancel Culture Dictionary, Greg. If you like reading at a third grade level, you're going to love my book.
Oh, send me a copy.
I will. I'll say I owe you that. I got so many. There's so many like scam Zioli promotions where he took 5 promo copies from me.
It's true. It's actually true. We used to have a ton, and then they all ended up in the back of Zioli's car. I think.
Jimmy's
they started out as like noble causes, like helping fight illness and storm recovery. Then it was like Ralph Macchio's dog walker turned his ankle at a softball game. If you could give 10 autographed copies and a bikini shot of Emily Compagno, I'd appreciate it.
Emily Compagno.
Can you stay with us for another segment?
Let's go.
All
You're
right.
scared.
All right. Dawn, can you talk to us about Chapman?
Yes, my friends at Chapman and Siding. You know, I've been talking about Chapman for years now. And they certainly have made my home more beautiful, more energy efficient. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time because Chapman is offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want that fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. Siding, not just for the curb appeal, but as well that protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. In an hour, by the way, our heat alerts set in as we're in for record heat today. Just a heads up on that one. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they do every project with such care, such precision. I can vouch for that. And they always go that extra mile. So here's the thing. Take advantage. What are you waiting for? 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. You can call, you can text. They're listening right now because they love Jimmy Fallon especially. 610-431-8898. You can text them or call. And that is ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Look at the before and after photos. That's one of my favorite things. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral. Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
9 o'clock Thursday morning as we continue on Kayal and Company. Jimmy Fallon is with us. You hear him weeknights at 7. Fox Across America, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And don't forget, he will be back in Pottstown Saturday, August 9th at Soul Joel's. And Jimmy, how do people get tickets?
I would send them to my foxacrossamerica.com. That's the website. Fox Across America. That is also where you can get tickets to Fox News Saturday night if you want to be in the studio audience. It's also where you can just Venmo me money. I'm kidding.
Do you have a fans only page?
OnlyFans.
Listen, John, I don't have an OnlyFans because I'm so chubby. I have an OnlyFoods.
Amen to that.
Yeah, it's me eating sandwiches and a bunch of chubby chasers log on and get aroused. That's
great. We talked about this the other day, Jimmy. Would love to get your take on it because he spoke about it again yesterday on some podcast. Dana White talking about the UFC fight that's going to happen in 2026 at the White House. Let's play a little bit of this where they actually go in detail about where this is actually going to happen, the fact that they are putting out all the plans. Like Dana White's team has surveyed the area, and they're going to present a plan to the Trump administration. Roll this.
So I'm up at my house like every year in Maine at 4th of July. And I had texted with him 3 or 4 times that day, and he never told me he was announcing it. And then all of a sudden, my phone just starts blowing up. And then I start blowing Lene up, and we're all going. But we had already done all the logistics. My team went out there and walked it. We're putting together the renderings. They should be done in the next 10 days. And then we're going to fly out to the White House and present it to him, see what he likes and what he doesn't like, and start working on it. And Ivanka is in the middle of this too. So we will, this is a Sphere, one of one, unique event that will never happen again. And I will blow the doors off this thing. I'm going to make this one of the greatest events of all time.
And are you thinking a full card, like full prelims, full main card, or just like a couple fights?
Nope. It'll be a full card, and it will be the best card we've ever done to date.
Wow. And we're talking on the lawn of the White House?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as of right now, it's set to be on the South Lawn. He said we can move it over somewhere else for more people. I don't care if 5 people show up to this thing. I want to be on the lawn at the White House.
Right. Yeah. You care more about that than the attendance. If it's a one-off, yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy. That's going to be wild.
So how about that, Jimmy? Dana walked it, and he did the logistics, which is more than the Secret Service did in Butler last year.
Bang! But historically speaking, not the first time someone got punched in the face on the lawn. I was around in '96 when the Lewinsky tapes came out. Hillary and Bill landed in Marine One, and he had that swollen left cheek. But no, I love this. I love Trump's ambition, for everything. The Gulf of Mexico, improving soda, with the pure sugar, all of that jazz. I like stuff like this. It's going to be an insane spectacle.
Yeah.
The old adage they always say in NASCAR, like, drive it like you stole it.
Yeah.
Okay. He does. Trump drives it like he's like, what would you do if you could be president for an hour? He's done all of it. He's like, I'd have a UFC fight on the lawn. I'd rename the Gulf of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I'd switch the recipe in Coca-Cola, and I'd kick out all the Mexicans. I'm like, 4 for 4.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. You guys don't go anywhere.
I was stunned, by the way. We did a poll on this on YouTube 2 days ago, and it was like 57% of the people said they were not into the UFC at the White House. I was blown away by that. I thought that would be an 80-20 easy victory.
Because it's weird because UFC is like super duper popular in the right wing bro sphere, in like the rope sphere, the workout sphere, the protein sphere. It's not like widespread. There are a lot of people who just think it's very gay adjacent. It's so much of like 99% of the time, if you just turned into UFC halfway through the fight, you feel like you're watching a shower assault in a prison. You feel like you're and not the good part. And so I believe me, there are a lot of people that say that to me. People like I have a lot of friends in entertainment who don't watch sports, period. Do not watch them. So they have reactions to things, to imagery that you or I might not have as sports fans. It's like, I'll give you a good example of this. My buddy Dean, his father was a magician. That's what he did for a living. He said the hardest thing to do magic for were people who were like developmentally disabled because they don't look where the rest of us do when you do a sleight of hand trick. So you'll do this razzle dazzle move and the guy will go, "It's in your sock." And the magician will be like, "How the hell did he know that?" And it's because they don't look at the cues that we do. And if you're a non-sports fan, you don't look at MMA the way everyone else does. We like, well, it's the next thing after boxing. But everybody else is like, is this a scene from Oz? What is that guy doing to Luke Perry? I thought he was dead.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, by the way, where you can see all of these videos. You can see the lovely Jimmy Fela, Fox Across America. You can hear him every night here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from 7 to 10 p.m. Speaking of, so Sam Ponder from ESPN, she was fired, right?
Mm-hmm. Contract not renewed.
Oh, that's what they say. It's always what they say. Contract, because she wouldn't stay silent on the female boxer was being physically beaten by a biological male. Is that correct?
Yeah.
She was on with Sage Steele yesterday and discussed this more in length. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
When the boxer Olympic situation happened and the woman that he was boxing came out and said enough, I just wrote enough is what we should all be saying.
And on Twitter.
On Twitter. And I knew when I sent that, like, this isn't going to go over well. But, like, to me, that's abuse. You have a male in a boxing ring with a female literally beating her. Yeah. And we're just supposed to like, yay, in the name of inclusion. Like, no, what about her? What about her? And so I sent it, and then the next week got a text that said, can you jump on a call with this person and this person in like an hour?
Oh, boy.
And one of the bosses is someone I never hear from, and I was like, this is it. But I do want to say, to be sure, I do not believe, nor have I ever believed, that I was solely fired for this. I think the model of my career at that point of only working Sundays in the fall on Countdown was not what ESPN wanted, and they felt like they were paying me too much money to do just one thing. And I had turned down opportunities in the past to work more and do more because of the season of life I'm in. Like, I got 3 little kids, and I'm not giving up that time with them for any opportunity. So I had been really clear on my boundaries with work. So I really don't think me losing my job was solely because of that, but the timing of it almost certainly was. And I was told after the fact, privately, that most people at the top of the company did agree with me on this issue, but that there is
the trans issue.
Yes, but that there is a loud activist group at Disney, and they were not happy with me.
Yeah, Jimmy, apparently she went on to say that ESPN management sent her an angry email after she favored a tweet from Megyn Kelly that said men don't need gynecologists.
Oh, no, you didn't, Sam. I mean, come on. How dare you pass biology? We here at Disney, I mean, what's so funny to think about the world we're living in, okay, is if Chris Brown would have waited 5 years to beat Rihanna, he would have got a medal instead of a prison sentence.
Oh, my God.
Think about that. Democrats always say they're the party of brown people. Apparently, they meant Chris Brown. It's like, nobody should be okay with this. Anyone listening right now who's on the fence, okay, I'll give you a movie analogy and we can put this thing to bed.
Yeah.
Imagine you're watching Rocky 3 and Mr. T changes his name to Mrs. T, and he's now going to fight Adrian instead of Rocky. You're all betting Mrs. T, even if you've read the screenplay and you're sure Sylvester Stallone's going to win because you know they're making a Rocky 4. You're like, I got to bet Mrs. T here. You just have to. You do. And that's the scam of this. We all know it's a scam. We all know it's not right.
Yep.
The reason this was able to become a thing is for a while there, that minority that she's speaking to, that loud minority of people, scared folks away from saying things they knew to be true. They created a gap between what people believed and what they were willing to say. And for a while, when cancel culture was new and that outrage mob was a thing, we were like, I don't know, I just don't want any trouble. But what happens is it starts out with, I just don't want any trouble, and it ends with, I just don't get any biology. That's why you have to want a little trouble along the way.
All right, we'll wrap with Jimmy with Fight Club.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Thursday with Jimmy Fallon, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County, for sponsoring Fight Club, because we know fights equal ratings. Jimmy, this is just a gratuitous attempt to get people over to YouTube and watch a bunch of chicks fight. So that's kind of how we came up with Fight Club. We do it every day at 9:10. So this is your first experience with Fight Club. I hope you enjoy it. Nick, would you like to do the play-by-play? Because this is we're only going to play video here.
Sure.
Roll this.
All right, the chicks are off. We've got is that a weave? The weave is still attached. No wig flying yet. We've got spaghetti strap tube tops. Very thick women.
Oh boy,
kind of built like Jimmy Fallon and myself.
Outside of a 7-Eleven.
Yep.
Or something.
Yeah. And of course the phones are out. The recording is going on now. They've stepped in. See, they're clenching. This is like a bad boxing. Oh, that's I see side boob.
I see that. That's more than a side.
That is.
I saw a nipple.
It's out. The whole thing is out. The whole thing is out.
Oh, the melons have been exposed. Whoa. Put them on the glass, sister.
Look at it, and nothing is stopping these two from.
Are those Daisy Duke shorts?
Yeah.
She
Daisy
should be wearing
Dukes and Daisy Bazookas.
That when the woman's weave got pulled out, like I didn't realize Jasmine Crockett was that strong. Right in. That was impressive.
That's a good one. We'll have guys that fight Jimmy, but normally it's the women just fight better. They just fight better.
They fight better in an internet age, because the guy fights are raw violence. The women fights are cartoony, and like you said, boobs come out and stuff like that.
Yep.
I think this particular edition of Fight Club, the game ball goes to the camera person who clearly grew up or hangs out in a culture of violence, because this is shot really well. If this is your first time filming a street fight, you're going to see shaky camera work. You're going to see a selfie video at one point. You're going to see like 8 seconds of the ground. This person is locked in like they're holding a steady cam on set. And like my steady cam director at Fox News Saturday Night is not nearly as good as whoever the woman was at that club.
Jimmy,
that is amazing.
Jimmy Fallon, woo!
I love you, man.
Great job, dude. See you in a couple weeks.
Damn right. See you soon. Take care.
See you, man.
There he is. Jimmy Fallon.
Soul
Joel's. Saturday, August 9th. Get your tickets, foxacrossamerica.com.
And you can hear Jimmy every night here, Monday through Friday.
By the way,
7 to 10 p.m.
We're getting tweets that somebody came in to cop a feel on the exposed breast.
Yes.
At the end of the video. Dawn, you saw that, right?
Yes.
Rewind the tape.
Yeah, we're
Phil
gonna have to analyze
Almquist,
this.
rewind the tape.
We're going to break this down like the Zapruder film.
Go to the
Maybe
end.
they were trying to cover it.
Or maybe, well, that's
Were
a
they
good
copping
point.
a feel, or were they just
Right.
covering the exposed?
Watch the hand. Here comes the hand. Here it comes. Watch the side scoop. Like a shortstop trying to turn two. Watch this. Here it goes. Hold on. And right there. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a dude.
Well, to be fair to that guy, it looks like he's trying to pull her back. But
You might be jumping to conclusions.
I might be jumping to conclusions.
You might be. Men do some really disgusting things when they feel like there's an opportunity to be had.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where every day at 9:10 you will hear or see the Fight Club video. Yes, Dawn?
Is that at a car? It's at a car dealership?
No. I think it's outside of a convenience store.
Yeah.
Like it's
Does
a
it
convenience store / gas station.
Because it looks for a moment, I thought it was like a car dealership.
Yeah, no. It's a convenience store / gas station.
This would never happen at a Wawa.
You're 100%
Ever.
right. It's just on a what looks like a new car, right?
Yeah. 855-839-1210. We'll get to a big three from Dawn coming up on the other side, but let's grab a call as we wrap it up here. Gene is in Lancaster. Gene, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Gene. Mean Gene. Gene Simmons. Gene Okerlund.
Okay.
Gene is out of here.
Let me play one more cut then here. This is cut 30, Phil. This is CBS News correspondent Scott MacFarlane, who was on the Chuck Todd podcast. Do we not have this?
Sleepy Chuck Todd.
Do we not
I
have
tell
this?
you, hasn't the podcast industry kind of peaked? You know, when every single person has a podcast, and 99% of them make no money.
Does anybody have a podcast, right? If everybody has a podcast, does anybody really have a podcast?
No, I'm all for people. Like, hey, man, free speech, platform yourself, go out there. If you can make some money doing it, God bless you. But God almighty. You don't have it?
Yeah, no, I do. I'm just playing it myself here. Here we go. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves.
By the way, do you think Chuck Todd's podcast gets better numbers than Michelle Obama's?
No, I think Michelle Obama is
You know
probably...
what? Now that I think of it.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Michelle Obama. I'm going to write this down. We've got Chuck. We've got Joy Reid. We've got Don Lemon. Who do you think has the...
Michelle Obama definitely does.
You think Michelle?
Yeah.
Just because of the name?
I mean, I don't think her numbers are great.
No, they're all probably bad.
But I think out of all of them, she definitely has the bigger audience.
I agree. I would have to go probably Michelle 1.
No, Joe Rogan is one.
No, I'm just talking awful left-wing podcast that nobody listens to. Of course, we know Rogan's number one for the most part.
Actually, Kill Tony was took over the top spot for June.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was actually, I think, almost a 3-month stretch.
That's my son's.
Well, Spotify must be regretting all the money they're paying Rogan for him to come in at number 2.
Well, Rogan's number 2. You know what I mean? And that Midas Touch.
Still pretty good spot.
That Midas Touch left-wing podcast number 3.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yeah, they're making some hay there.
How do the tech bros do? The Obama tech guys? Are
they do well. I don't know if they're in the top 10, but they do well.
Interesting.
So
according to podcast charts or whatever, NPR up first is in the top 8.
Wow.
NPR?
Yeah. Up first from it's NPR.
But they need money, right? They need.
Yeah, they couldn't sell that, right?
They need government fund. Like, give me an effing break.
I know.
With that.
I know.
Stop.
I'm so sick of it.
So getting back to CBS News correspondent Scott McFarlane, he tells Chuck Todd that he got PTSD after the Trump assassination attempt.
What?
Well, not from the shooting, but because the crowd blamed the media.
Oh!
For those of us there, it was such a horror because you saw an emerging America. And it wasn't the shooting, Chuck. I got diagnosed with PTSD within 48 hours. I got put on trauma leave. Not because I think of the shooting, but because you saw it in the eyes, the reaction of the people. They were coming for us. If he didn't jump up with his fist, they were going to come kill us. I know.
Oh my God.
You know, it's really remarkable the insulation that some of these TV people have. I remember when I was doing sports 12, 13, 15 years ago at the other sports station in this town that is now on life support. They created this text board where you could text into the show. And the amount of how many high-profile hosts, well-paid guys that couldn't handle negative feedback and commentary. This is Bob Costas we're going to have on next week. This is why guys like Bob Costas or Jim Nance or surprisingly, the Hannitys and the Tuckers, they're on X. I don't know how much they look at their own mentions. But a lot of these people are so used to being protected and handed everything and told that their keister doesn't stink that the moment anybody comes at them, they just shrivel up and lose their mind. Chuck Todd, you really thought the media, people were going to come for you? Seriously? Well, then maybe you stop saying things like Trump is Hitler. Stop with the stupid. I don't care about rhetoric. Words are words. But when you reach a point where you're comparing somebody to Adolf Hitler and you have the stupid people in society that combined with a low IQ have mental health issues, they act upon your stupid rhetoric. Oh my God. PTSD.
Can you imagine this guy? He had he was diagnosed with PTSD.
Oh, you little baby.
Well, and the thing about it is, I know some people do get that for various reasons, but unless you've served in the military, because that's when we first heard about PTSD, was our soldiers coming back after combat and seeing, seeing
horrible
unthinkable things,
yes.
right, without being descriptive. And so even if you're diagnosed with it, I would never admit it. Do you know what I'm saying? Just because when I think PTSD, I think of those who've served and, at that high level of serving our country. But for him to say, I have PTSD.
CBS News guy. A CBS News correspondent.
I've got another P word to call him that I can't say.
Exactly.
When he said that, I was like, he had to have been joking, right? But he literally said, I was diagnosed with it.
Everybody claims mental health. Then, I'm off limits. You can't criticize me, man. I'm suffering from PTSD. Wipe your you-know-what.
The guy that was actually shot didn't have PTSD.
I know.
But the CBS News correspondent did.
Right.
Go F yourself, dude.
The guy who got shot was looking for his shoe.
And fight.
And by the way, Chuck Todd, we cut it off there at the end, but Chuck Todd just, you're right. What?
Yeah.
If somebody said that on this show, I would expect one of us, to say, really, you got PTSD because you thought the crowd was going to go after the media, really?
Well, what if I claim that I'm suffering from PTSD after having to wear a tight bike shirt on Sunday? You guys going to call me out?
We might.
All right.
All right,
you know it.
Kayal and Company, Big 3 is coming up next. Stay right there.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
The continuing rise of the cost of goods and services threatens to erode your retirement future.
Susan Sinoski, Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Retirees should be thinking about how much money they have and how long it's going to last. Costs are just skyrocketing. Medical costs, housing, food especially. And when was the last time you ever heard of a tax decrease? And I have to say, I have no fear at all, because my money is safeguarded with Crash-Proof Retirement. And with our Crash-Proof Retirement system, our money is not just stable, but it's actually increasing much more than we had expected. That money is always added to our principal without anybody getting a cut of that. It's just ours. We earn it, it goes into our account, and it continues to grow and multiply. My entire investment for retirement is protected.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 928. Looks like it's a beautiful day outside, as what I can gather here from my vantage point. Kayal and Company, still ahead this morning. We will find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. What occurred today in music history. Looks like Jimmy Fallon and Phil Omquist on the same page with musical commentary. I'll explain that coming up in a little bit. And also, Jimmy Kelly with his morning mystery movie clip, which is on the way. Another 4-pack of tickets for Adventure Aquarium. But right now, let's get caught up in the world of news. A Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 928.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning. And in this Big 3, since we've talked a lot about Pam Bondi, she's scheduled, the Attorney General of the United States of America, if you haven't heard, but Pam Bondi scheduled to take a tour and visit the shuttered but notorious prison Alcatraz. So why is she going to Alcatraz?
Now, this is the real Alcatraz, not alligator Alcatraz.
Right, not the alligator. I had to check that. Visiting Alcatraz, the real, original Alcatraz, not the one in Florida.
Amazing.
Maybe she's being sent there. I don't know. Maybe she'll get like Gilligan's Island. She'll get lost or something. I don't know.
It's like a new edition of Survivor.
They're like, yes, Pam, why don't you go to Alcatraz and go tour that?
Swim home, honey.
Good idea.
Sleep over and report back.
As far as the president, he is, by the way, scheduled this morning. What's he doing? Receiving some intelligence briefings, and he's scheduled to sign more executive orders this afternoon as well. We should see a White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is scheduled to hold a press briefing 1 p.m. Wonder what questions she'll be fielding today, no doubt.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Epstein will come up. Yes, indeed. And
I'm not going to get beyond that.
We got to bring the binder back.
Yes.
Nobody deflected better than her.
She doesn't need the binder, that's for sure. I'll take you to, there's another story, and one of my, I don't know, I'm going back and forth about, I know we have economic numbers, the Dow, as we look at the S&P, the bell is ringing right now as we see the Dow. The futures were up before the bell, but this follows good retail sales reports, solid employment reports, as the investor digests earnings from companies including GE Aerospace. All of those were up. So even though it might be down slightly at the bell, it's basically unchanged for the bell. However, expecting all of this good news as they're poised to open higher. So we're watching the Dow right now. Just overall, though, if you look at the numbers, S&P futures continuing to move upwards. So some good and encouraging economic numbers. We also had, I'm going to take you to this tree. I don't know if you saw this, but a famous sycamore tree was cut down in England, iconic in the movie world, And the two guys who cut down this tree that was iconic, well, they got 4 years in prison. So this has gone viral with this very famous sycamore tree being a symbol of, life and all of that. And so these guys in England who cut it down, sentenced to 4 years behind bars.
Yeah, you can't mess with trees. I remember a story years ago, probably 20 years ago, give or take, down in Alabama. The football fans poisoned, Alabama football fans poisoned the, I forget what trees they were, on the campus of Auburn University. And this guy named Harvey Updike, he got prison for it.
How much time did he get?
I forget. I can look it up for you, but it was a huge story about him poisoning these beautiful trees, and they all kind of shriveled up and died.
And so they cut down, it's known as the sycamore gap tree, and they are sentenced to 4 years behind bars. They were vandals. They claimed that they were all drunk and liquored up and that it was a prank. But in fact, the officials there in London, they say that this was planned and they knew exactly what they're doing. Daniel Graham, Adam Carruthers set out. They did have a chainsaw, so even though they were all liquored up and drunk, whatever, they still were able to gas up the chainsaw overnight and they are being called a bunch of morons. But some people saying this is really a prank and they're all about social justice and isn't it enough? They said they were sorry.
I mean, look, when I'm on a golf course, I want death to all trees. I hate all trees on a golf course, but I don't go about cutting them down. I don't know why people think that you can just remove trees.
So they cut this thing down. It toppled and took down part of an historic wall. It had the cameo in Kevin Costner's 1991 film, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. So ever since then, it drew a lot of tourists.
So they got 4 years in jail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just were sentenced.
The story I mentioned, Harvey Updike he received 70 days in jail and he was fined $800,000. Wow. Yeah, 70
days. Yeah, that's
days.
fair. Either pay back the money. In this one, they say
for
it's
a tree?
Yeah. Greg, I knew this would. I only did this for Greg because Greg
What
is
are we
sick of all the
talking about?
trees.
The trees. They're trees. Cut them all down.
They create oxygen, pal.
They create oxygen. I know. That's fine. Stop with the trees.
So you want
firing squad? I want. Trees are dangerous. They fall.
Trees can be relieving. Hot day, you're a landscaper.
That's right.
You're out there grinding.
No.
You're on your lunch
I
break.
hate trees.
You go to Wawa. You get 2 big Gatorades. You get a hoagie. You sit under the tree in the shade to relieve yourself from 92 and 95% humidity.
I hate trees. If I was president, there'd be no more trees.
Unbelievable.
I cut them all down.
You believe this, folks? And I took heat for caging my dog. This guy wants to take out all trees.
I do.
See?
And I stand by it.
That's your big three.
Because I have takes that don't suck. Well, they might suck, but I stand by
But
it.
you're not afraid to give them.
No, I'm not afraid to give them. Right. I'm not afraid to call out the audience.
That's
I'm not
half the
afraid
battle.
to do anything.
Right. Love that drop.
I'm going to regret that I ever did that.
Yep. Because he plays it along with the mustard.
Love the mustard. You're anti-tree.
Why don't you play that clip you just sent us, Nick?
Oh yeah. So here's some good news to wrap up the day. Again, we play you polls whether we like them or we disagree with them or we don't like them. This one is interesting. So I gave you the poll earlier about 4 out of 5 Trump voters are ticked off about the Epstein story. Well, according to Harry Enton from CNN, Trump's polling numbers with Republicans in the disaster that is the Epstein files have gone up. Let's roll this footage.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this one surprised me a bit because of all these complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files. You might think his approval ratings were going down, Republicans. If anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump, look at our CNN poll. The prior one, 86%. The one out this week, 88% were Republicans. How about Quinnipiac? The prior poll, 87% approve of Republicans. This week out, 90% with Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started. He is at the apex, or close there too, in terms of his popularity with Republican voters, Epstein files, complaints, or not.
And this is why we always say take every poll with a grain of salt, because Tom Bevan from Real Clear Politics just cited a Reuters Ipsos poll that says only 17% of Americans approve of the way Trump is handling the Epstein files issue. So there's the positive, there's the negative, there's everywhere in between. It's running the gamut. There you go. All right, we'll come back and wrap it up with Today in Music History, Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip, and also what's on tap for The Dawn Show. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, T-Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
If you have an unpaid debt to the IRS that you can't pay, please hear this special notice. Specially approved IRS relief programs designed to aid delinquent taxpayers are now in effect that can significantly improve your financial situation. Depending on your circumstances, you may qualify to have your tax problem resolved in your favor and may even have your back taxes reduced by thousands or eliminated entirely. A relief hotline has been established by Community Tax for you to call and see if you qualify at 800-506-6012. If you owe the IRS back taxes that you can't afford to pay, don't let the IRS trick you into thinking you have no way out. Our highly accredited tax professionals will let you know what you qualify for and how much you can save. We may be able to stop all liens, garnishments, levies, and save you thousands. Call and see if you qualify for this taxpayer relief at 800-506-6012. 800-506-6012. That's 800-506-6012.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.945 Kayal and Company. Dawn show in 15 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up top of the hour in just a few. Phil Almquist with Today in Music History. Jimmy Kelly with a Morning Mystery movie clip. Have to give a shout out to my wife, Kristen. Now, our wedding anniversary is not until November. It'll be 17 years in November. And again, not that I condone marriage, because I don't. But today is the 23-year anniversary of when we first started dating. 23 years.
Wow. That's beautiful. Congratulations.
A man with endless promise and a full head of hair. And then it just went south. Yep. There you go.
By the way.
Yeah, what's up, Tree Man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm getting roasted for my tree take.
You should.
I don't care.
I took enough guff today. It's your turn.
Shout out to Old Man Dudley, who had the best tweet today. If we still did Who on Twitter, he would win Twitter. For saying that trees talk to... Yes, I know. Trees talk to one another. So...
They're a community.
He's afraid that the community of trees might gang up on me.
We need somebody who's very AI savvy to create a video of trees chasing Stalker down the road.
I'm not afraid of trees. I don't know where that came. I'm not afraid of trees. I don't have tree phobia.
No,
I'm just saying.
He just doesn't like them.
I'm just saying that they cause damage. Every time there's high winds and you know all that stuff, branches come down, limbs come down, trees come down.
Yeah, just wait till MSNBC or Bill Nye the Science Guy gets a load of this clip. You're going to get us canceled.
By the way, we're only at 215 likes today, which I would normally say is great. But yesterday we were over 300. So I'm calling on everybody right now at 9:47. You know you're my favorite audience. To get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and please hit the like button. Hit the like button right now because I want to get up to 300. Like and subscribe.
Yes.
Do that now. I'm begging you.
Does everybody want to go to Adventure Aquarium, Kaleidoscope Cove, cool off in the cool pool and weather and the water? Oh, yeah, I know you do. Everybody's been dialing and blowing up the phones. Here's your fourth opportunity this week, but you have to identify Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Think you can run this school? If you could, then I wouldn't be here, would I? This is an institution of learning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't control it, how can you teach? Discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm. You've tried it your way for years, and your students can't even get past a minimum basic skills test. That means they can hardly read. They've given me less than 1 year to get those test scores up, so the state will not take us over to perform the task which you have failed to do, to educate our children.
Think you know what it is? Be calling 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Nice little play by Jimmy Kelly off of the Big Take today with the Department of Education. Caller 12, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. 4-pack of tickets to Adventure Aquarium. Best of luck. One more 4-pack tomorrow. Right now, Phil Almquist with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, July 17th, we celebrate the birthdays of Lou Barlow from Dinosaur Jr., who's 59, and Geezer Butler from Black Sabbath, who's now 76. Headley birthday shout out to Mick Tucker from Sweet. Signacoot All You Need Is Love by the Beatles in 67. Album Escape by Journey in 81. Screaming for Vengeance by Judas Priest in 82. Shades of Deep Purple by Deep Purple in 68. And the Heavy Metal movie soundtrack in 81. Also in 79, Gary Moore quit Thin Lizzy. In 92, GNR, Metallica, and Faith No More kicked off their tour in D.C. I was at the second Giant Stadium show. In 72, a bomb exploded under the Stones Equipment Band in Montreal, believed to be the work of French separatists. Yes, the French suck. Yes. In 68, the Beatles movie Yellow Submarine premiered in London, and in 54, the Newport Jazz Festival debuted. But lastly, yesterday, Steve Miller announced all his upcoming tour dates are canceled, including Atlantic City on August 22nd, due to the absolute lamest excuse ever: the weather. Saying the combination of extreme heat, unpredictable flooding, tornadoes, hurricanes, and massive forest fires make the risk for you, our audience, unacceptable. You can blame it on the weather. The tour is canceled. So, according to Steve Miller, there won't be a show tomorrow because we have to close down Earth due to the upcoming apocalypse in 7.5 billion years. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Good God. Canceling tours because it's raining out.
Yes, pretty much. Including indoor shows.
What an absolute ass he is.
Yeah.
Like, honestly,
I mean, if he's sick, that's one thing, but to do that's unbelievable.
All right, Stalker. Only one can survive. Steve Miller or trees?
Well, it would have to be Steve Miller because I love his music.
I've never heard anything as bad as that ever.
Ready? Come on. Because I'm a picker, I'm a grinner, I'm a lover, and I'm a sinner. I hate the weather.
Might need to do a Kayal and Company campfire with
I'm a
Stalker and
smoker.
Phil.
I'm a midnight toker.
But I can't do it in the rain because I hate the weather.
Singing, drinking.
Sorry.
Maybe Stalker enjoying some other trees that he might like. You never know.
I hate Steve Miller.
Wow. You love anything.
Yeah.
No.
Or
Stalker?
anybody.
No.
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 Look, Dawn,
You're lucky I tolerate you two.
Stalker has a role to fulfill.
I do.
Just love the ones you're with.
That's right.
Thank you.
All right, Stenzlin, what do we have top of the hour?
We will have, by the way, Dr. Michael Busler, of our economic guru in the house, Stockton University professor. He's awesome, and he'll break down everything as far as the stock market, the retail numbers, the PPI numbers, all of that, inflation. We'll ask him for his take on J. Jerome Powell and all of that going on with the Fed and interest rates. Also going to get to this story. So we have a lot of economic stuff. We'll get to this story about the White House releasing this new study. And it's not great news as far as electricity prices expected to go up due to AI and what they're doing to try to mitigate that. So we'll get into all of that. But we had a big day yesterday we've talked about a plague in America, a deadly plague that has struck our young people over the last several years, and how the Trump administration had promised to deal with and end this plague. So I'm going to lead with that and some of the parents who are very grateful to President Trump for that. We have a lot going on with Trump, with his team, Trump's schedule, and the sale of a Mars rock, a rock from Mars.
Okay. Looking forward to it. Laura is in Pottstown. She's identified the clip. Laura, what movie did we just play for you?
Lean on me.
Yeah.
Lean on me.
Lean on me. Unless you're a big, heavy person, then you don't lean on me because you're going to make me topple over. Laura, congratulations. You got your tickets to Adventure Aquarium.
All right. Well, wish me good weather for the day.
I do. I wish you nothing but sunny skies and dryness.
Thanks.
You're welcome. There she is, Laura in Pottstown. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Stay tuned. Dawn is next, and Dawn right now has a word for Piazza.
Yeah, we got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. So whether you're looking at the Accord, CRV, or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle that, is backed by real drivers just like you and me. Come experience the award-winning excellence. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Go to piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com for all today's special offers. Thank you. PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document, and then I can borrow against the house.